Good afternoon and welcome to the KR92 321A Women's Regional Western Wrestling Tournament. My goodness, that's a mouthful. Andrew and I making the trip this morning down here to Womeen, Treo County High School, up in the top of the gymnasium here, and just a loaded regional tournament for the Lady Buffs today. 9 of the 10 top-ranking women's teams in 321A making the trip to Womeen this weekend to try to punch their ticket to the state tournament in Hayes at the end of the month. Goodness, lots of good wrestlers out here. So many ranked women with winning records. There's a couple 32 lady brackets out here this weekend, most of them falling into that 16 wrestler bracketing. So yeah, as you join us here at the lunch hour, that first round of 32 has been completed, and we are going into the first round of full 16 brackets here for the Lady Buffaloes. Going to see a handful of Lady Buffs here in this opening true round of wrestling. That's going to be Maddie Lauber at 110, Kelby Stone at 125, Caden Shelley at 130, Faith Dyke at 140, and Jacqueline Pardee at 145 here this morning. A couple of things to note. This is a super regional, so just 2 regionals for the ladies this weekend. The other one out east at Silver Lake High School. So with that being said, the top 8 ladies in these super regionals will qualify for that state tournament out there in Hayes. Kind of a change of pacing or the way they're running the tournament today. We will know who all of our qualifiers are by the end of the day. So, if you're in that blood round and having to make weight to go wrestle in that blood round, kind of saving the ladies the heartache there in that one. With me out here in Hayes, goodness, I'm getting ahead of myself. With me out here in Treo County, Womeen, Andrew Hubert. Glad to have him with me here on the call this weekend. Andrew, what are your thoughts on this massive, brutal Western Regional?
This one might be, we kind of talked in our preview show, state just kind of looks like icing on the cake compared to this. I mean, you're seeing all the top teams here. Pretty lopsided super regionals here, but again, make it through this. You're going to get paired up with that other regional at state tournament. Some of those 4 seeds, some of those 3 seeds are going to have a worse record or a losing record out in that regional. Just got to make it through this again. Top 8. Some of those 32 person brackets going to be a lot more wrestling. Going to be a little more action packed, a little more difficult to get through. But those gals in those 16s, they don't have to win all that many matches to be put into a spot where they're in. And then again, that's a morale booster, knowing that you're already in. Come tomorrow, I think we're going to see a completely different side of some of these wrestlers. They're going to be wrestling with, nothing to lose. They're already in. Again, should be a good day of wrestling. A lot of competition here. So we'll see how today goes. Coach Collette, as we already spoke to, feeling pretty confident that all of them have a fighting chance. Some of them with a little bit better of draws than others, but quite a few fighting chances here for the Lady Buffs to punch some tickets.
Absolutely, Andrew. Something else we mentioned in our preview show, very important to try to stay on the front side of this bracket. Just a couple wins on that front side will be your qualification. And going to have to cut the small talk a little short here. Maddie Lauber going to be taking the mat against Elia Becker of Plainville here, mat number 3, white and purple mat.
And while she's taking the mat, I'll go ahead and kind of pull up the bracket here. Lauber, looks like Becker, 8-8, junior from Plainville. It's kind of an even match here as Lauber's 18-14, sophomore for Republic County.
Right-hand collar tie right away for Maddie. Kind of getting pushed back by Becker. Becker going to try a slide by here. Maddie falls to her hands, gives up the early takedown. Down 3-0 as Becker throws in a boot here, kind of falling off the side. Maddie going to swim over, catches Becker on a hip. and pops her head out for the reversal. 2-3 now your score. Maddie might have got away with the locked hands call there, looking for a spiral ride, and Becker going to use that action to hit a switch. 5-2 now your score. Becker on top, Maddie from her base. A lot of action here in the opening 40 seconds of this one. Maddie Lauber trying to come up to her feet, sucked back there by Becker. Center of the mat, Lauber now flattened out, trying to build her base. Forward pressure here from Becker. Maddie going to try to get her foot on the mat and stand. She will. Now turn into face here.
Kind of an interesting position on that leg. Probably look to have this potentially stopped, as Lauber still looks like she's trying to keep constant head pressure there on Becker. Kind of out of front and a little off to the side there.
Yeah, shin wizard position. She needs to use, can't tell, I guess she doesn't have the wizard kind of reaching over the top to a seatbelt, but you want to weave that hand in there and use that wizard to pop the lock off your knee. Maddie now out front, kind of abandoned that shin wizard position, still from bottom, and Becker going to recover here and cover the hips. Lauber flattened out. 16 seconds left in the opening period. She trails by 3.
Kind of helped Lauber in that position. I mean, she didn't really have much to lose besides gaining an escape point. Just managed to get out in front and kind of put that into a 50-50 spot where she could get the reversal but not really give up the escape and another takedown there. So fortunate position there for Lauber.
5-2 the score as they go to the second period. Plainville will win the coin toss and put Aliyah Becker on bottom. See if Maddie can't get her offense going from top position here. She loads up on the right side. Becker tries to sit out spiral right here from Lauber. Good forward pressure from Maddie. Not a lot of action yet here from Becker on bottom, but last time she just kind of waited for that switch. Scramble position here as Maddie Lauber gonna give up a single leg and kind of fall out front. Still has top control, but in a kind of a grounded Iranian position here. Chest wrap for Lauber. She's gonna look to readjust, but in danger of giving up the reversal, and she will. 7-2 now. Maddie Lauber trails by 5 from bottom.
Again, Becker trying to work a boot in on that left side of Lauber here. Lauber doing a good job to stay on her base.
Yeah, Becker looking like she wanting to get to work with the crossbody, but Maddie's not giving her a lot of room to lock anything up. But Maddie going to try to come to her base now. Becker tries the power half. Can't get the angle. Going to give up the crossbody and hop to a side. Try that spiral ride now. Maddie's going to scramble. Hips over, looking for a reversal now. Out front, sprawl position is Maddie Lauber.
That long flag arm of Becker kind of kept Lauber from circling around and getting to. Technically, Becker's still in control here as they go to a standing Iranian. And I believe, and it looks like Lauber gonna lose that battle in that scramble. Becker remains in control.
16 seconds left in the second period now. Lauber still from bottom. Becker looked for a claw ride, but she's happy to keep that far wrist as a thigh pry here. Lauber gonna try to get to her feet at the end of this period, but can't. Becker sitting on the inside ankle. We'll go to the third period, Republic County choice. And you about have to go top here, don't you think, Andrew?
Yeah, you're looking, I mean, down 5, you're looking for a quick 4 and near fall, put it back within 1. On her feet, she was looking pretty strong right now. She's looking a little gassed. We'll see what she can do here on top. If not, you're looking to cut her. You're looking for a throw here.
Becker sits on the whistle, now has an arm of Lauber trapped over the top, trying to pin it down to the mat, drags Lauber out front, and again, going to get the, hasn't scored it yet, but in position to get the reversal the same way she has from bottom. Nice little crackdown there from Maddie with the seatbelt. Maddie still out front. Becker trying to secure both legs and cover those hips of Lauber, and she will. 2 more, 9-2 your score. Lauber flattened out, trying to build her base now. Becker tight waist to the right, trying to drive Maddie down onto that left hip, and she will. Maddie now flattened out, power half coming from the right side now from Becker. Maddie kind of turtling up here, might get hit with a stall warning. Big crossface there from Becker. Just under a minute left in this opening match here for the Lady Buffaloes. Becker now looking for an assassin. She's going to get the turn. Maddie Lauber in a bad spot here late in her opening match. All four near fall stroked for Becker. She's going to try to circle over the top, and she gets the fall against Maddie Lauber.
Lauber kind of looking like that injury she had early in the season, kind of affecting her here, unfortunately, in that first round of regionals. She's pretty slow to get up here. Just hope that she's okay. Yep, she's grabbing at that shoulder, Brady. Again, that shoulder injury probably still bugging her. Didn't really help with the grip she was in.
I think that was the shoulder that was in the assassin, so tough to start your regional campaign that way. Hate to see a medical forfeit there for Maddie. Hopefully she can continue out her weekend here in the rest of her matches, but not a great look out there for the young lady at 110 pounds for the Buffs.
Both coaches out there trying to help her get off the mat. Adam just going to go ahead and pick her up and carry her off. Again, tough way to start your regionals here for your Lady Buffs as Lauber kind of seems to be nursing that shoulder, might have re-aggravated that shoulder injury.
Nonetheless, lots of other Lady Buffaloes to compete today. We've got 4 more in this opening round. Next, we're going to see Kelby Stone, followed closely by Cadence Shelley. Those bouts a little ways out. Going to be bout number 42 and 46, followed by Faith Dyke at bout number 62, and then Jacqueline Party at bout number 72. So we might be popping in and out of the station here in this opening round, probably most of the day, kind of playing tag with Jesse and Deb back there in Belleville. But don't touch that dial. Stay tuned. Lots of matches throughout the weekend, and it's going to be should be pretty competitive throughout the whole 2 days of wrestling to come. So with that, you are listening to the opening round of 321A Ladies Regional Wrestling here at Waukene Trigo. This is Brady Lowell and Andrew Hubert on the call for KR92. Don't touch that dial. Welcome back. Opening round here at Joaquini and Kelby Stone. Over-under throw to start this match off to get a takedown here against Riley Byer of Hayes TMP. Nice start here for Kelby in her opening match of the day. Working a butcher now out front on the left side of Byer. And Byer now to her feet. Nice mat return there by Stone. Byer on the sit-out. Stone does a good job of feeding her hips. And now covering back in referee's position. Spiral ride attempt here for Stone. She's going to go cross wrist now. Near ankle looking for the Turk dump. Now kind of settling into a butcher. She's got one swipe, two. Referee holding two near fall there. Quick start here for Kelby Stone.
Yep, quick start indeed as she's going to try to readjust here and go for a butcher grip. Now she's fully got it, going to work that leg over again, try to get a Turk position. Can't quite work that as Breyer's got a flag arm and a hold of her leg out in front. And Stone going to be awarded that near fall here.
Now almost a far ankle Turk here with the right hand still out front in the sprawl position for Kelby, but she still has control and a 5-point lead here. Kelby now going to go to a chest wrap out front and 20 seconds away from a ride out. Scramble position here. Stone looking to peek out. Looking for the fall is Kelby Stone. Going to have at least a 9-point lead if she doesn't find it. And they're going to go to the second period. 9-0 Kelby Stone.
Sorry for that brief little pause there. Had to adjust the camera. Didn't even think about it.
Technical difficulties there. We'll get this figured out by the end of the weekend. We'll be all primed for the next 2 weekends. Lots of postseason wrestling coverage here on KR92.
As it looks like Stone, little antsy there, going to get called with a false start caution here on top.
Stone setting up on the left side of Byer here. Second period, Byer looking for a switch. Now comes up to her feet. Kelby going to try a chest wrap. Gets caught in a cradle. Going to give up a reversal and maybe some near fall. Yes, 2 near fall there. So Kelby still with a 5-point lead. But a little bit of struggle there here early in the second. Byers looking for a half from the opposite side. Almost had a turn with it there, but Stone back to her base and going to look for a roll. Arm trap roll here for Kelby. She needs to finish her sit out here and hip heist over. But the tight waist from Byer going to prevent her from doing so. She's going to hit it again. Catches Byer on a hip. Gets the reversal and some near fall here. And in a pretty good position to finish this if she can get teed out cleanly.
Couldn't tell how many near falls she got in a row. Nonetheless, some points coming if she can figure out how to settle in and get this fall as she looks to get in some better position here.
Left hand cross face coming down to the shoulder there. Almost a butcher grip for Stone as Byer's able to get safe to her stomach here. But Kelby back in on this butcher. 11-4 your score here. Kelby Stone on top.
And in the middle of this match, you're also going to see Shelley taking the mat on mat 1. As Stone gives up a reversal. Still up 9, 15-6. Pretty action-packed match here. Looks like a potentially dangerous stoppage based on a chicken wing there by Breyer. And we're going to go, it looks like 29 seconds left here in the second.
Over on mat 3, Caden Shelley going to get started quick with an early takedown against Bella Coffer of Cimarron. Caden's up 3-0 here early. We've got injury time going on back on mat 1, so we'll stick with Cadence over there on mat 3 as she's sitting on the near ankle looking for a turn. Gonna hard cut now. And Coffer to her feet. Caden Shelley gonna look to get going here again. Kind of ping-ponging back and forth here as we've got the two outside mats. Caden's gonna get caught now taken down to her back in a bad position here is Caden Shelley, going to give up some near fall. As Coffer looking to post the far wrist and get a finish. Caden's going to kind of scramble here and look to get safe, but taken back to her back. All 4 near fall counted. Caden's going to have to bridge to get out of this one. Meanwhile, over back on mat 1, we've got Kelby Stone from bottom. She leads by 9, 15-6 going into the 3rd period. Back to mat 3, Caden Shelley fighting off her back. Looked like she was, she is able to get safe. Got her hips turned now from bottom. Gonna hip over, get a reversal here. And the score in that one is gonna be 8-8 as Caden Shelley looks to settle in and get a fall of her own against Coffer of Cimarron.
And I believe she will, yes indeed, no, it's a stoppage. 2 points reversal. No, the match is over. Shelley picking up the fall there after kind of what it looked to be a little bit of a scare there, as we're going to pan back over to mat 1 to
Kelby Stone in that one against Riley Byer of Hayes TMP. Kelby up big from top here. Going to get caught in a reversal and put on a hip. Kelby leads by 10, but flat on her back here. Needs to scramble. Byers settling in, looking for a fall. Kelby turning away from her here. Tons of time for Byers as there's a minute left in the period. Kelby up by, well, it'll be 6 after this here. Kind of a reverse headlock grip there for Byers. She's going to readjust, and Kelby Stone turning into her. Byer looking for the fall here. 40 seconds to go. Keep in mind, if the fall is not found by Byers, Kelby Stone will be up by 6, and Kelby able to get to her stomach. Byers hanging out front. 18-12 your score. Byers now looking for a hammerlock on the right arm of Stone. Referee getting pretty picky about that. Going to stop it with 16 seconds left in the match. Kelby up by 6.
Close match here. A lot of back and forth. Catching each other in different spots here to give up quite a bit of near fall. 18-12, 30 points total scored here in this match. A lot of action here.
Just got to love the new scoring rules here for high school wrestling. Byers going to pop out and look for a stack. 12 seconds to go. She'll need a fall here. It's Kelby Stone from bottom, up by 6. 5 seconds to go. She's going to get warned for stalling, but that's not going to hurt her at all as she's crawling for the perimeter. And Kelby Stone picks up a win for the Buffaloes. That one by 6. So through 3 matches, your Lady Buffs 2-1. Caden Shelley picking up a hinky seed. Bonus Buffalo win there with her fall and some extra team points on that one. Kelby just out of the major there. If she could have wrestled a little bit cleaner, would have got some bonus points for the team. But you know that team race, Andrew, today is going to be a tough go.
Yeah. Again, you're competing with 9 of 10 top 10 teams. That team race. Buffalo's just kind of looking to play some spoilers there, kind of shake up the team race a little bit, trying to punch as many tickets as possible. The only 2 teams that have punched tickets are anyone with a 100-pounder or a 235-pounder, because those are 8-person brackets. But, again, the Buffaloes just trying to play some spoilers there in the team race, trying to punch as many tickets as they can. Bonus points always preferred. You're always trying to score some bonus points, but not sure what that's going to do for the overall team race hopes there for the Republic County Buffaloes.
You know, if you could be that 10th team out of this regional, it could set you up really well for that state tournament. So keep that in mind. As we mentioned, bonus points throughout the day, the team standing race. Not a lot to write home about this early in the tournament, but once we get later on in the day today, that team race picture will start to show itself, and we will definitely update you on that. 2 more lady wrestlers for the Buffaloes this opening round here at Waukene. It's going to be Faith Dyke taking on Lydia Wider of Plainville, followed by Jacqueline Party taking on Brecken Lowmaster of Kingman. Those are going to be bouts 62 and 72. We're currently sitting right around 50 So a little bit of a break here to come before we see those two matches, but don't go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. We'll kick it back to the station for a short break here. We'll call it, 5 to 10 minutes. This is KR92 regional wrestling coverage for the Lady Buffaloes in Waukene. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back with two more ladies this opening round on KR92. If you're catching our Dragon Tree Media stream here at the 321A Ladies Regional Wrestling Tournament, thank you to Keisha for making this a possibility for us to bring cameras here and cover the ladies so far out west here in Waukene. With being allowed to do this comes a few hoops to jump through. We're going to give you a Keisha read right now. Your ticket to an athletic event is a privilege to watch students learn on the playing court. Unruly behavior is unacceptable in the classroom, and the sports arena is a classroom. Good sportsmanship is a lesson to be learned by players and spectators. Remember, sportsmanship provides the human touch. The Kansas State High School Athletics Association and KREP-FM encourage you to make sportsmanship a priority as you support your chosen team. Again, thank you to Keisha and KR92 for getting Andrew and I here to Waukene. Auburn Just of, goodness gracious, Minneapolis. So this would have been a matchup we probably saw last week at the league tournament.
Yeah, Brady, I don't know what was happening. Just didn't show up on our track wrestling whatsoever. But again, Auburn Just, a 23-8 sophomore out of Minneapolis. China Shelley, a 20-14 freshman for your Lady Buffs here.
Right-hand collar tie here from China. As Just going to try a double leg here. Good sprawl from China, but Just has both of those thighs trying to build up to a double leg. China going to try to get some head pressure here as Just pops her head out to the left side looking to run this double, and she will. China trailing by 3 here early, and this is a bracket that's, goodness gracious, just loaded up with winning records. China, a lot of work ahead of her today to qualify for that state tournament. Far edge of the mat here. Shelley looking to build her base. Puts a foot on the mat looking for a switch. Just one toe stays in for Just, and they're going to go out of bounds.
Really close there to picking up an escape or a reversal there for Shelley. Great out of bounds work again. Just kind of ran out of room there.
Shelley set on bottom. 47 seconds left in this opening period. She's going to try to come to her feet. Arm crash there from Auburn Just to bring her back down to the mat. Shelley has her base, looking to scramble here, has the outside leg of Just there, but now going to have to give it up to prevent from going to her stomach. Going to try to get back to scrambling here is China Shelley. She's going to end up out front in a front headlock, kind of had a hammer lock. They're going to stop it on potential danger, but China's going to earn that escape. 3-1, 19 seconds left in the opening period.
Nice work there by Shelley, kind of keeping ankle control, or kind of keeping wrist control, and managing to free up enough space to stand up, and there wasn't much Just could do. And again, now Shelley pushing pressure.
Double inside tie there for Shelley for a second as she's running Just backwards on the mat. They're going to run out of time and go to the second period. China trailing by 2 points. Republic County wins the toss. Coach Polanski going to say defer. And Coach Hawk of Minneapolis puts Auburn Just on bottom to start the second period.
Brady, going back to what Coach Collette said, you can definitely see the aggressive nature here from Shelley as she's just putting in all the work here against Just, trying to get this back to less, or she's only down 2. I mean, she's still being aggressive for still being down 2 early in the second here.
Riding well from top here is China Shelley. Just has her base, going to try to put a foot on the mat, and Shelley going to try to pick it up as a single and does bring her back down to the mat. Good return there from China. 80 seconds left, second period. Spiral ride now from Miss Shelley. Just going to try quad pod here, but good forward pressure on the spiral for China. She's going to try to go power half there, but kind of falls her hips over to the side, so she's going to readjust. But good top pressure here halfway through this second period.
Again, Shelley looking awfully aggressive, trying to get out in front and run a turn. Can't quite get it, but riding tough here is Shelley as she looks to have a power half in, trying to punch it through. Just doing a good job defending on that out of bounds line.
She needs to get the far hip there, and she'd have a nice spiral ride. Just was able to kick out that outside leg and kind of use it to brace against the pressure of the power half. Shelley still trying to work that power half. Wing and roll from Just. She's going to get the reversal. 4-1 now your score. 20 seconds left in the second period. China Shelley from bottom. Just is going to look for a crossface from the left side. Now look for a far side cradle. China is going to need to get long here to defend, but Just the lankier wrestler able to lace this one up, and she's going to get near fall here late in the second period. All 4 counts there for Auburn Just of Minneapolis, and she'll go up now 9-1 in this one.
You know, China Shelley did a great job of riding on top there until probably about the last 20 seconds of that period. Kind of got stuck, kind of got caught in some funky stuff. Coach Plansky going to put her on bottom here to start the third.
China keeps her base after the arm crash on the whistle from Just. Now looking for the wing and roll. Just covering the hips. Has the 2-on-1 on the right wrist to Shelley. Shelley keeping her base well, 20 seconds out of the third period. Stack attempt there from Just. China able to keep her hips down and defend. Now quad pod attempt here from China. She's going to get broken back down by Just. Just riding with a tight waist cross wrist on that left side to the right arm of China. China really fighting to stay safe here. She's just looking for a quick tilt to add to her 8-point lead. Still on the cross wrist ride for Just. China trying to build some height here. 55 seconds left in the match, trailing by 8. And it's going to take something like a wing and roll, something big from bottom. You know, you're looking for Petersons. You're looking maybe to start a stand-up and then go into something big. But China Shelley flat here. Auburn Just looking for the cradle to the far side. Shelley able to get her hips up now. Quad pod coming to her feet. Reaching back for that arm. Going to try a wing and roll. Running out of mat space. Kicks her hips over. Would have had it, but runs out of mat.
Ran out of mat room there. Again, like you just said, that would have made this match pretty interesting as her hips kind of fell over and Just kind of landed in a problem spot. Fortunately for Just, ran out of mat room.
24 seconds left in the match. Going to take a big flurry here from China Shelley, and she looked a little gassed after that restart. Just chops the arm off the whistle. Shelley going to try to hit the wing again. Stands now, turns to face, gets caught in a headlock. And Just going to have at least 2, if not all 4 here. 5 seconds to go. And China Shelley going to get caught in that headlock and pinned in her opening match here at 135 pounds. Your Buffaloes now 2-2 through the afternoon. And when they're looking good, they're looking good.
I was going to say, it was nice to see that aggressive nature from Shelley come out. Just kind of got overpowered there at the end, got caught in some stuff. Kind of had the mental downside of being down. She was down only 2, and then at the end of that second period gave up some points, then was down 8. Just trying to overcome that mental block of being down by 8 going into the third, I think kind of affected that aggressive nature, and she was running low on the gas tank. Couldn't quite manage to pick that one up, ends up giving up the fall with 2 seconds left in the third. She's heading to the backside, but again, that's a 32-person bracket there, so backside gonna have some work to do there for Shelley if she wants to punch her ticket. As next up, I do believe we will see Faith Dyke taking on Widener of Plainville. That should be coming up here momentarily.
We'll go ahead and stick with you here. No need to cut it back to Jesse at the station. Some things to catch you up on. After we did refresh after that surprise match from China, it looks like one extra bout here in the opening round for your Lady Buffaloes. That's going to be Helena Shelley taking on Alaya Trevino. Trevino of Russell, the number 1 seat at that 155-pound bracket. Trevino would have had a match already today. So tall order there for Helena, but, as we said on the preview show, some pretty light records in that weight class. If there is maybe a weak bracket out here at Wakini, Helena might be in that bracket. So tough order here to open things up for the young lady, but there is some promise on that backside, especially that they're placing 8 here today. But as we wrap up this round, we'll wrap right back around into the quarterfinals, where we will see the first action from Ava Tuman today. Other ladies in the quarterfinals will be the two that have picked up wins earlier today in Kelby Stone and Caden Shelley. Faith Dyke looking to join that crew here as she takes on Lydia Widener of Plainville over there on mat 1.
Again, Dyke in one of those 32-person brackets, taking on Widener, a 13 and 22 freshman out of Plainville. As I say that, Faith Dyke with the early takedown here to get a 3-0 lead over Widener.
Faith from top position, early 3-point lead. Far edge of the mat. Not a lot of action here as Widener going to kind of just push it off the mat to get a reset. Widener 13 and 22 on the year. She's a freshman. Reset with 1:30 left in this opening period. Faith Dyke from the left side looks to tie up some wrists off the whistle. Widener still has her base. Faith going to float to the right side, looking for a 2-on-1 underneath. Widener, though, doing a good job of fighting for wrist control underneath. Faith going to be able to use hip pressure, get Widener flattened out. Now deep half from the right side for Faith Dyke here. Widener going to try to reach over and peel it off, but Faith has the bite on it, has her turned and looking for a fall as Faith Dyke early in her opening match. Big bridge here from Widener. If the referee might have had a different angle, would have called it earlier, but Faith Dyke able to get some bonus points there for the Lady Buffaloes. Hinky Seed bonus point win. And Faith Dyke will join those ladies in the quarterfinals. Good stuff there from Faith.
And Brady, with that quarterfinal win here next round in quarterfinals, secures your spot. Again, making semis automatically in the top 8 of that bracket. So look for these ladies in the quarterfinals. With those wins, will punch their ticket to Hayes America here in 2 weeks for the state tournament. As coming up here, we'll get ready to see Jacqueline Pardee. I do believe she'll be coming up momentarily here.
Yeah, Jacqueline going to be bout number 72. I think we're sitting around 65, 66 currently. We'll go ahead and take a peek at Jacqueline's match here real quick. Jacqueline Pardee going to be taking on Brecken Lowmaster of Kingman High School. Lowmaster with a record of 2-11 on the year, and she's a freshman, so very winnable match for Jacqueline there. Jacqueline is 38-5 on the season. We kind of mentioned on our preview show, she's had some really big wins this year, and kind of a surprising to this media crew that she's not in those rankings. But the number 1 ranked girl at 145, as well as the number 2 ranked girl at 145 out here at this Western Super Regional. So Jacqueline finding herself in a 3 seed, even though she hasn't smelt the rankings this year.
You are correct. And one other thing to note, as we mentioned, team score is not really meaning much yet. Top 3 are Russell, Wakini, and Norton. Your Republic County Buffaloes currently in a several-team, it looks like a 4-team tie for 11th with 8 team points here. But again, we're not even through 2 full rounds on the front side yet. None of those placement points have been put in yet. So again, team scores kind of mean something at this point. Those bonus points kind of mean a little, but it's not really going to affect much here in these early rounds.
Yeah, Andrew, if I'm speculating, I think a good goal for these Lady Buffs is to finish definitely top 15, right? There's a lot of schools out here. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but when the top 9 are ranked wrestling clubs, that the top 10 might be a tall order to fall in. So if the girls are having a good weekend, sure, you're shooting for that 10th spot, right? You want to be that 10th team out of this regional. But, if things aren't going necessarily everyone's way, if we're catching some bad breaks out there on the mat, you might look for them to be somewhere in that 10 to 15. maybe high teens range. Just like we've been saying all morning, it's so many good squads out here, a lot of ranked ladies at this super regional. And when you split the state in half, where, the eastern half going to Silver Lake, the western half coming out here to Waukene, and if you follow Kansas wrestling culture, most of the good wrestling, when you're looking at it east to west, is out west. So.
I believe, off the top of my head, there's 47 teams out here at this super regional, and you're not going to see anywhere near that amount of teams for a boys regional, just with them being twice as many regionals going on. A little bit more separation there in 3-2-1A. But again, a top 15, great goal. If you're wrestling really well, top 10. I think you might lose a couple girls today. Hopefully that goal should be don't lose anybody.
Well, if you don't lose anybody, they all go to state.
That's the overall goal today, is not to lose anybody. You want your whole team coming back tomorrow. And if the Lady Buffs do bring 8 wrestlers to state, huge accomplishment.
Well, it'd be historic for this ladies program.
Indeed.
I off the top of my head, I'll have to get with Jesse, Coach Polanski, to see all-time numbers. But what do we have? 2 girls last year?
I think that's right. I think it was it Faith Dyke?
Well, and said this morning on the preview show that Faith didn't qualify last year and was
right.
1 point away. I think we had, was it Jacqueline and well, I was going to say Jacqueline and Shelley, but maybe it was a 3-piece last year that went for the Lady Buffs. Regardless, we'll check up on that for you. Definitely potential to see a bigger squad than that this year if the ladies go out and wrestle their full capabilities. But, you never know with injuries, with weight cuts, lots of different variables here in the grand scheme. And I think we're about set to see Jacqueline Party. I believe she's going to be next available mat here. 3 mats in Waukene, 1 gymnasium. Pretty nice setup for a regional tournament. If it wasn't lumped in with all the Western teams, I really wouldn't mind coming down here to Waukene.
Yeah, and again, kind of funny, Waukene, maybe a 30-minute drive from the big dance here in 2 weeks. These girls here today looking to punch their ticket to go about 25 miles back the other way here. Again, that super regional, tough format, but again, making that, if you're in that top 4 at this regional, yeah,
you're set up so good.
You're for real. I mean, facing that bottom 4 of the other regional, you're looking at a lot of losing records in that other regional. This regional probably tougher than the overall state tournament as matchups compare here.
Just sort of killing time here for you. Don't want to quite kick it back to the station, as I think we're going to be next available. Scanning the gym here.
And it will go bang, bang. We will see Party, and then Helena Shelley facing off against Trevino of Russell. It's going to be that's going to be a tall task there for Helena, as Trevino, number 1 seed in that bracket. But again, backside of that bracket, would she happen to lose? A lot more favorable for Shelley to kind of pull some wins there and possibly qualify for the state tournament here.
Absolutely, Andrew. Kind of little thing to note here, familiar face in the corner of the Lady Russell Broncos corner, that being Kian Miller of Concordia, an athlete I've covered on the radio for KR92 in the past, an assistant coach there for the Russell ladies. So,
the guy I used to wrestle and face off against, he managed to beat me. Probably shouldn't have that second time. I was being dumb, but again, Kian, yeah, pretty familiar face, pretty good friend of mine. And again, you've covered him. Pretty notable athlete in that north central Kansas area.
I think we just lost power to 2 of the 3 mats.
Oh yeah, it does look a little dark over there.
So we might be held up here for a little while. That being said, we will go ahead and kick it to the station for a very short break while they try to get these computers, scoreboards back on. Don't go anywhere. 2 more matches in this opening round for your Lady Buffaloes in Jacqueline Party and Helena Shelley. This is Regional Wrestling on KR92. Good afternoon and welcome back to Waukene for the women's 321A Super Regional in the western half of the state. For your Buffaloes still to wrestle this opening round will be Jacqueline Party at 145 pounds and Helena Shelley at 155 pounds taking the mat for your Buffaloes. Jacqueline Party against Brecken Lowmaster of Kingman.
Yep, looked like that prior match ended in tuck falls. Now we're going to see Pardee taking the mat on mat 2. Again, favorable matchup here for Pardee with her being the 3 seed, going to be taking on Lowmaster of Kingman. Lowmaster, I do believe, what was that record?
Freshman losing record, I think maybe like 9 wins on the year. 2-11.
2-11. So 2 wins on the year for Lowmaster out of Kingman. Pardee, pretty high record. I'm not sure her amount of wins.
Let's check that real quick. Jacqueline, 38-5 on the year. Senior for your Lady Buffs. Set to action here, right-hand collar tie for Jacqueline to start things off. Jacqueline going to go head and heel to the far ankle, gets it clean shot for Jacqueline and a 3-point lead just about 12 seconds into this one. Jacqueline going to go right to a half. She has the far wrist, has a good bite on it here, just trying to find the leverage to get it turned. Finally gets Lowmaster to a hip and does get the turn. And a quick fall there. Bonus point victory for Jacqueline Pardee. Hinky seed bonus point pinfall there for the senior at 145 pounds.
Quick pin there by Pardee. Pretty impressive first match, being aggressive. Again, pointing back to that pre-game interview there, Colette mentioning, hey, Pardee, why don't you try that ankle, head and heel or ankle pick? And guess what she did? And it worked. As now taking the mat, Helena Shelley taking on Trevino of Russell, number 1 seed here in the 155-pound bracket.
Going to be our last opening round matchup for the Lady Buffs. Trevino, the 1 seed in this bracket at 155 pounds, right to work, pressuring Shelley, looking for a snap down. Shelley trying to get out of bounds there as Trevino takes standing position, but will drag Shelley down and get the takedown on the edge. 3-0, Shelley trails. Crossface there from Trevino. Half on the far side. She's looking to kind of take that half short side. Shelley traps the arm. They're going to go out of bounds. Minute 28 left in the opening period for Helena Shelley. She will get set on bottom here. Elia Trevino will set up on the left side. Crashes the near arm on the whistle. Shelley keeps her base, though, through 2 arm crashes. Power half on the far side for Trevino. She's going to change off and look for a near side cradle. Almost had the bite on it, but Shelley does a good job of turning away and defending. Back to that power half on the far side for Trevino. Shelley doing a good job of staying busy from bottom thus far, halfway through this opening period against the 1 seed in her bracket. Trevino looks power half once again there for a second, and Shelley threatens to wing and roll. Now looking for a cross wrist is Trevino, but Shelley doing a good job with her wrist control and hand fighting underneath.
Shelley doing a good job of kind of staying on that base, kind of fighting everything Trevino's throwing at her right now, only trailing 3 here, 30 seconds left in the first.
And you can kind of tell Trevino getting a little frustrated here, looking for a stack against Shelley. Shelley traps the arm underneath, doesn't give her an inch. Nice sit out here from Shelley. Power half coming from the near side now from Trevino. Shelley able to break the lock here. Fighting a chicken wing now on her left side is Shelley. Trevino, short time, not going to get anywhere with it. And just a 3-0 match here in this one, Andrew.
Again, I'll reiterate what you said. Trevino looking really frustrated here. You could tell most of the season that offense for her has worked. Shelley kind of giving it all she has in defending that, as Trevino's going to choose bottom here to start the second.
Knee slide from Trevino, now to a quad pod, to her feet. Mat return from Shelley. She's going to get called for locked hands on that mat return and then falls to her back. Trevino looking to settle in and post the far wrist. Shelley rolling in hard. Just 20 seconds gone from the second period. Shelley now trailing by what would be 9 once the near faller scored, but still trying to get off her back here. Center of the mat. Lots of time for Trevino to work here.
Shelley doing a really good job defending Trevino. Again, showing some of that frustration, not being able to get Shelley flat.
Still fighting off her back is Helena Shelley, but going to give up the fall to the number 1 seed, Elia Trevino of Russell. And that will move her to the consolation side of the bracket. 1 round completed here at Waukene. We will move to what looks like the quarterfinals. Andrew, should we go ahead and break down some of those quarterfinal matchups while we have the time here?
I think so. And again, just to reiterate, quarterfinal win puts those wrestlers into the semifinals, securing their spot in Russell.
For the Lady Buffs in the quarterfinals, that'll be Ava Tuman at 120 pounds taking on Addison Morgan of Sterling. If we look a little closer at that matchup here, Addison Morgan, the 2 seed in this bracket here today. She's a freshman with a 31-7 record. It's a pretty tough draw there for Ava, but pretty tough bracket in general. And you go out and win that one, you're a qualifier. If you lose, you got a little bit more work to do, but the backside definitely isn't going to be the level that she's going to see in this next match.
And then at 125, we're going to see Stone facing off against Hamlin of Russell. Hamlin is the overall 2 seed with a 13-2 record freshman, facing off again against Kelby Stone, 24-19 freshman of Republic County. Based on records, it kind of seems like that match is going to be tougher, but you don't know. I mean, you just saw Trevino. Shelley was fighting with a lot of power there, defending pretty much everything. You really don't know what you're going to see out of this. You're going to see different versions of different wrestlers as, again, both of these girls are freshmen, but both of them fighting for a spot to automatically qualify into tomorrow. So we'll see what version of each wrestler we get in that match.
Then up at 140 pounds, we'll see Faith Dyke. Faith Dyke will be taking on, get my bracket upgraded here, Kinley Griffin of PH. Would that be Phillipsburg? I'm guessing that's Phillipsburg.
No, yeah, it might be Phillipsburg.
Yes, Phillipsburg High School.
And
Griffin, 25-7 freshman. Dyke going to come into this matchup 30-11 junior. And kind of right in the middle of the bracket, Andrew. Really good draw for Faith here in this bracket. She picks up a win. She's going to qualify. Whereas Ava and Kelby are kind of in similar spots in the bracket, taking on that 2 seed this next round. And are going to have an easier road maybe on that backside, kind of opposite flip-flop here for Faith. You go out, you really want to win this one. Griffin's coming off a quick fall, just the same as Faith is, so tall task, but this is the type of girls that you're going to see at the state tournament. I'm guessing in this bracket, being that Faith is ranked and she's the 5 seed in this bracket, that Griffin is probably the number 4 ranked lady in the state just without checking it. So look for fireworks there in that one.
And then at, I believe it's 145, we'll see Jacqueline Pardee facing off against Laura Smith. Again, Pardee, favorable matchup there with her being the 3 seed. Laura Smith, 24-10, sophomore out of Oakley. Smith picked up a fall in the first in her match. Pardee picking up a 34-second fall in her first. Should be a pretty good match, but again, favorable for Pardee there, as that win would put her into the semis where on paper she's projected to be. And we will see if she can get that done and be the first, well, hopefully not the first, but be one of those Republic County girls that punches their ticket.
3 losses for the Lady Buffs that opening round in Maddie Lauber, China Shelley, and Helena Shelley. They're going to fall to the backsides of their brackets, and I believe one more loss for those ladies would do it. So kind of fighting for their season at this point. But quarterfinals to come. We'll worry about that backside when we get there. But, yeah, tons of more wrestling still today. I think there's 5 more rounds of wrestling depending on how you count it. So lots of coverage to come for you here from KR92 on the Lady Buffs. This is the 321A Western Super Regional in Waukene, Trego County. This is Brady Lowell and Andrew Hubert on the call for KR92. Quarterfinals up next. Don't touch that dial. to 3-2-1A Regional Wrestling for the Lady Buffaloes quarterfinals coming at you. First up for the Lady Buffs, just due to mat assignments, going to be 125, Kelby Stone. Kelby taking on Carson Hamlin of Russell. Hamlin in on a double leg here early. Stone looking to chest wrap, trying to go over the top, but gives up the takedown and an early 3-0 lead. This is Hamlin, the 2 seed in this bracket at 125 pounds.
Tall task here for Stone. As Hamlin trying to run a chicken wing, doesn't quite have control of that wrist. Stone doing a good job defending.
And we're going to have some double action here. Ava Tooman waiting to take the mat against Addison Morgan of Sterling High School. Just kidding, maybe not.
No, not quite. I don't know what's going on. And Stone, unfortunately, going to give up the fall there to Hamlin. Minute 15 left in the first. Again, tall task for her as she's going to go now to the backside here in that bracket.
Let's see where that puts Miss Stone here. Checking on Track Wrestling. Andrew was kind enough to show me how to set up the old school view, so I'm a little more keen with how to run things today. Stone falling about 117, going to drop to that backside, and we'll be taking on the winner of Keefe of Phillipsburg and either Newman or Rozzi. So still a little wrestling needed to see who Kelby's going to match up with on the backside, but it will take a couple of wins for Kelby here to go ahead and qualify, whereas that quarterfinals match, you win there,
you're in.
You're in. So that is worth saying here in this quarterfinals round, as we'll see 4 more Lady Buffaloes. In Ava Tooman, she's taking on the number 2 seed Addison Morgan of Sterling High School. Then we're going to see Cadence Shelley. Cadence kind of right in the middle of her bracket at 130 pounds. She's going to be taking on the hometown wrestler Anika Dietz of Joaquini Trigo. Faith Dyke also in the quarterfinals. She'll be taking on Kinley Griffin of Phillipsburg. Griffin, I think that'd be the 5 seed in that bracket there.
I think she's the 4 seed overall. That was the one that that Dyke was the 5th seed, and she's 5th ranked in the state, so you have to assume that Griffin going to be kind of a tall task there with number 4 wrestler in the state. And then Pardee, favorable matchup there for her with her being the 3 seed. I'm not sure what seed that matches up with, but it is one of the lower ones.
Yeah, favorable matchup there for Jacqueline taking on Laura Smith of Oakley High School. Smith with a record of 24-10. She's a sophomore in that matchup. I doubt the two girls have seen each other on the mat yet, but definitely you would like to think that's a favorable matchup there for Jacqueline. Hate to cut it back to the station as we do have 2 bouts what we think are right about to come up. Kind of hard to tell where the mat assignments are. We need to figure out how to get that pulled up on our Flow Classic. But we're currently sitting about 118 on the center mat, 111 on mat 1, 112 on mat 2, and we're looking for bouts number 113 and bouts 119. So hate to kick it back to the station. Real quick check of the team scores. Russell High School sitting in first place, 58 points. Oakley High School in second with 34. Norton right behind with 33 points in third. St. Francis in fourth with 31 points, and Plainville in fifth with 29. League opponent Minneapolis sitting in sixth with 28 points, so they're following right there behind Plainville. And then looking down the ladder a little bit, your Lady Buffaloes sitting in 15th place with 18 points.
And as you were saying that, here comes Tooman over there on mat 3, again facing off against, I do believe, Morgan of Sterling. As Morgan looks to be the one pushing pace here, trying to run Tooman out of bounds, can't quite get it done. Tooman looking for that Russian arm tie on the right.
Front head defense there from Morgan, and she's going to get the cow catcher against Tooman, put Ava to her back. Ava trying to get safe here, and will momentarily giving up the chicken wing now to her right. Morgan going to try to step over with that chicken wing. Ava looks to hip over and defends that chicken wing, kind of falls in a scramble here. Going to concede position. Ava down now 6-0. Morgan covering the hips. Looking for power half on the right side of Ava Tooman. Now Ava able to get to her feet here. 6-1 the score. Halfway through the first period. Again, Ava taking on the number 2 ranked wrestler at 120. Number 2 seeded wrestler at 120 pounds. Ava pressuring here. Over under lat drop attempt there from Morgan. Ava able to defend. Kind of had the favorable position in that one. Just going to run out of room. 35 seconds left in the opening period here. Senior Ava Tooman trailing by 5.
Morgan out of Sterling, you can kind of tell she's looking for a quick pin combination. Makes you wonder, does she have enough in the tank to go all 3 periods? Looking for those cow catchers, looking for those headlocks, looking for those lat drops.
Ava again on the rush in. Throw attempt there for Morgan, and Ava able to slide it by, keep a toe in, and fall into a takedown there. Now just trails by 2. Going to go out of bounds. 12 seconds left in the opening period. 4-6. Ava from top. Sets up on the left side. Morgan to her feet. Ava, nice trip step there. Looking for the right out. 5 seconds to go. Sitting on the left side here, trying to tie up some wrists, and Ava will get the short right out there, but trailing by 2 into the second.
Nice little flurry of action there at the end. Ava Tooman doing a good job to keep her hips square. Managing to keep those hips square, duck her head under, and thwart that little arm throw attempt there by Morgan.
Republic County will win the toss and elect to go top here. Ava again sets up on the left side. Morgan puts a foot on the mat off the whistle. Turns to face, gets the reversal against Tooman, catches her on her hip. Puts her to her back for a second. I don't know if they stroked any near fall there, but Ava looking to scramble, going to go out of bounds. They're saying 3 near fall on that?
Yeah, it's apparently, we must not have had the right angle. It looked like she was kind of on her hip, but they did give her a 3 count of near fall. So Tooman now on bottom, trailing 4-11 here. Minute 40 left in the second.
Yeah, those near fall kind of takes it out of a 1-move match for Ava. Gonna have to get something going here from bottom. Morgan working a half Nelson from the right side. Ava trying to flag to block, but it puts her deeper into it. Now trying to kick over is Tooman, but unable to. Morgan controlling that far shoulder. Ava trying to get her shoulder free, might try to pop out the backside, and she will, but she's gonna give up 4 near fall in that transition, and now trails what should be 6-15.
And Morgan kind of turtling up now on bottom. Not quite sure what's going on, if she's got an arm she's trying to work or what's going on. Ref kind of eyeing that one a little suspiciously. Look for a stall call here as Tooman looks to punch her own half here. Tooman with a sudden burst of energy. Looks like she might be able to take her over. She's so close, and she will punch a half over. Tooman, in a little bit of a trouble spot now. She did get 2, but she will immediately, not quite giving up the reversal yet. Gonna make it a 7-point match here as she looks for a roll through of sorts, but she is gonna give up the reversal. Your score now 8-17. Tooman still down by 9.
Tooman now on the quad pod from bottom, looking to reach back and rip a headlock, but Morgan's wise to it there, able to stay in control, and it will go to the third period, a 9-point match, 17-8. And, Ava's got the tools from top position. She's just got to execute one of those finishes. Probably going to take a fall from Ava here in this one, if not a couple turns. Sterling going to elect to go neutral here, third period, so Ava cannot give up a takedown here. Needs to go out, put her offense to the test, and try to end up on top to work her pinning combinations.
A lot slower start to this third period. You can tell both wrestlers are kind of running on fumes here as a shot attempt, pretty poor shot attempt, manages to get through for 3. Womeen going to give up the takedown, now down 8-20.
Down 12, definitely going to take something big from Ava here. She was able to get Morgan turned in that second period. You got to look for her to get some scrambles going here from bottom and try to catch Morgan in a bad position. Morgan riding the hips, trying to get Womeen flattened out, but Ava, strong base, quad pod, now finally flattened out by Morgan. 1:09 left in the match. Tuma flattened out, trying to build her base. Not a lot of action from Morgan here on top. She's trying to hang on to her 12-point lead. Now she's going to try to punch a half. Ava kind of in an awkward position here. Strokes of near fall are coming, and now Morgan settling in. Ava going to try to switch her hips back into Morgan. And Morgan now covering Womeen's head with her hips, posting the forearm. I think it's just that near shoulder for Ava that's keeping her alive, but she will give up the pin. Kind of a topsy-turvy match there for the senior from Republic County, falling short of qualifying here this early in the day.
Pretty close match there. Flurries from both sides kind of there. Both of them showed flashes of trying to get them falls. Unfortunately, Womeen unable to save herself on that last flurry, ends up giving the fall to Morgan of Sterling.
Just going to be one match that Ava needs to win here on the backside to go ahead and qualify. We'll get those brackets updated after the first consolation round. But next, for your Lady Buffaloes still looking for a qualifier, this is going to be Caden Shelley taking on Anika Dietz of Joaquini Trigo. Hometown girl here. And we're set to take action. Shelley right to a right-hand collar tie, push and pace. Nice high C shot there from the Joaquini Trigo wrestler, and she's going to get the early takedown. Shelley falls to a 3-0 deficit, but Shelley kind of in a scramble position here. Sort of surprising they're going to give that takedown scored, and they're going to stop it for potential danger. I don't even know if Cadence knows she gave up that takedown. Coach Polanski going to go argue the case here, and I think he's got some credit to his argument.
Well, again, you can argue, but most of the time those officials, they really don't like reversing their calls. And again, that call's going to stand. Shelley, unfortunately, down 3-0 after an early takedown, which kind of led to a 50-50 scramble spot. But again, you don't really know what he saw on that other side.
Shelley going to take a long sit out, almost gets sucked back there, but stays moving, gets back to her base. Takes another sit out. Followed well by Dietz. Cadence trapping the left arm of Dietz here. The Lady Buffs really good at those roll-through arm trap reversals, but Cadence able to get to her feet now, turns to face, falls into a front headlock position. Should have her escape, and she will. Halfway through the first period, 3-1.
And we'll see what happens here. Again, kind of that 50-50 scramble spot. Dietz in on a deep high C first takedown attempt.
Dietz going to try a double leg now. Sprawl from Caden Shelley, going to give up another one here to the hometown girl from Joaquini Trigo. Dietz covering hips here. Cadence going to fight off a half from her left side now. Looks to wing and step over and gets the reversal. Dietz right to her feet looking to escape. Cadence, nice trip step there to bring her back down to the mat. Gets both boots in here. 15 seconds for Cadence to work. Dietz now flattened out. 3-6 your score. Cadence Shelley trailing by a takedown. And Cadence will finish the period from top position. Coin flip goes to Wakini. They will defer. Not sure, maybe blood time here. They wanted to call injury time for a second. Cadence Shelley going to take bottom here to start the second.
And again, kind of something we talked about over that little break we had. Some of those moves where these gals are stepping over in those weird spots work. You don't really see that in boys wrestling. Most of the time, they'll get muscled over and put right on their back. But in girls, they're elusive enough to go ahead and step over and slide through for those easy reversal points, as we just saw here with Cadence.
Yeah, maybe no one better on the squad at doing that than Cadence Shelley. From bottom here, Cadence had the left arm trapped. Now Dietz going to look for a stack. That's going to give Cadence enough separation to get to her feet and earn an escape. Now a 2-point match. Cadence trailing 4-6. Underhook on the left side for Dietz. She's going to fire off that fireman's again. Sprawl from Cadence Shelley. She's going to try to trip. Looking for a chin whip here. Standing position now for Dietz. And finally gets the takedown. Her third of the match, 9-4.
Shelley not wanting to sprawl. Not sure the reason behind that. Looking to try to get a scramble out of it. Giving up 3 takedowns so far here.
Right back to her feet, though. 5-9 now. Cadence trailing by 4. Right-hand collar tie for Cadence Shelley. Pushing perimeter now. Looks like she's looking for maybe a head and heel. Dietz getting backed up. Cadence lowers her level here. Still on that right-hand collar tie, controlling the left elbow. Going to see another single leg here from Dietz. This time we've got a sprawl from Cadence. Cadence looking for a crossface here, but Dietz going to re-grip on it and drive through and get her 4th takedown of the match. 12-5, 7-point match. Cadence from bottom here is going to have to get her scrambling going and catch Dietz. Because on her feet, it looks like Cadence just has nothing for the young lady. Cadence on a long sit-out. Now going to get to her feet, earns the escape. Kind of almost a bundle lock here for Cadence Shelley. 3 seconds to work. Going to try a quick go behind, but
and she'll
gets
get it.
it.
There we go. 3-point match here with a takedown with no time remaining. Dietz looking gassed. Shelley kind of looks like she's got some more in the tank as they're getting ready to start injury time on Dietz here.
Something we saw in the postseason last year, whether it be, you hate to speculate, but true injury or a gas issue is, coaches calling injury time for gas wrestlers, kind of giving them a little break and trying to get them recouped. My opinion on it is one thing. I won't get too far into that unless we start seeing it a lot and seeing it making a difference in a match. But, the Wakini Treo girl out there getting a breather, getting some water in her, getting some honey.
You'd have to think that there's something wrong with blood sugar. There's got to be. I mean, you don't see wrestlers stop matches like that just to get a drink of water. You got to think that there's a medical excuse to that one, Brady. I mean,
well, there could be, but we can't ask, so
yeah,
you never know.
We're not going to ask.
I saw it about a handful of times last year at state wrestling for inhaler breaks. So
yeah, which again
some of could be a medical thing.
Medical, some of it, maybe not. We'll see Dietz get up here after having a wrap placed around that right upper arm of hers as Shelley now down only 3. 15 seconds remaining here in injury time. Dietz going to have to push pretty hard here.
They're going to use up all that injury time.
They're going to use it all. If she even tries, it's going to be a forfeit here for Shelley. We're going to see neutral here. Not surprised after 4 successful takedowns by Dietz. Shelley, but again, Shelley picking up her first takedown off of a snap down go behind with short time left there in the second. As now a sprawl attempt kind of puts her in a scramble position here. Again, not sprawling very well is Shelly as she tries to put a leg over. Not quite, and a takedown with some near fall coming for Dietz. Shelly in a trouble spot here on the edge of the mat. And Shelly not in a good spot, not in a good way here. And they'll call the out of bounds. Shelly going to give up 7 on that exchange. Now down 10, 9-19.
Dietz barely able to keep on her feet, though. Very gassed. 10-point match. Cadence Shelley with 1:25 to turn the gas on here against the hometown girl, Annika Dietz.
And I'll let you keep watching that match as on mat 3, we will see Faith Dyke taking on Kinley Griffin of Phillipsburg.
Couple big matchups here for the Lady Buffs going on right now. Cadence Shelley looking to get some upper body work going. Dietz is going to fire off another high C shot. Cadence Shelley going to drape over the top and look to scramble. Dietz is going to recut on that shot and get the takedown. That'll be 22-10. One more takedown for Dietz or near fall would secure a victory for her. Cadence Shelley going to come to her feet, look for a headlock. Dietz just going to cut her. 11-22, 11-point match. Dietz going to get hit with the stalling. Cadence backing her up here. Cadence definitely with more in the tank, but she's just got 30 seconds. Going to fake the high C, come up to a headlock. Can't get to it. Dietz going to fire off another shot. Cadence looking cow catcher here. Dietz with her back to the circle, going to go out of bounds. 17 seconds left to work.
Dyke going to give up an early takedown here, down 3-0 with 50 seconds left in the first. As Griffin trying to run a butcher lock, Dyke does a good job to defend here.
16 seconds left for Cadence Shelley. Dietz immediately backing up off the reset. Shelley needing to throw something here, looking for a right-hand collar tie over under. Dietz going to back up and circle. And another Lady Buffalo going to fall in the quarterfinals.
And moving back on to mat 1, we'll see Faith Dyke get taken down again after escaping. Now score of that one 6-1. 15 seconds left here in the first.
Faith working from bottom here. Cross wrist for Griffin. That'll do it for your first period. At 140 pounds, Faith Dyke trailing by 5. Ranked matchup here. Coach Collette going to put Faith on top to start the second period.
Haven't got to see her offense yet, as we'll see what she has to give for Griffin of Phillipsburg, trailing this one by 5, beginning of the second.
Nice arm chop there for Faith. Griffin recovers and gets to her feet, gets the escape, immediately shoots a takedown and gets 3 more against Faith Dyke. 10-1 now the score. Faith from bottom has her base. Arm chop from Griffin. Momentarily flattens out Dyke. Dyke now big long sit out, followed well by Griffin. Griffin riding the wrist of Faith Dyke well. Faith trying to get those wrists freed up so she can get some action going from bottom position. Faith now able to big long sit out again, looks for the head pick and can't quite get a good grip on it. Flattened out now is Faith Dyke. 70 seconds left in this second period. She trails by 9. Crossface coming from the left side here from Griffin as she looks to set up a far side cradle. Faith Dyke flattened out here. Now to a butcher for Griffin. Dyke trying to build some height. Griffin now out front. Griffin going to go back behind, or try to, as Faith Dyke comes up in a quad pod. And Dyke going to get her escape. 2-10 now the score. Working from space here. Now Dyke looking to fight for some hand control. Posts with her left here. Nice high C takedown. We'll see if Faith can finish it. She kind of gets sprawled out there by Griffin as Griffin settles in to her defense mode. Griffin with one boot in, kind of a Merkle position here. Faith with the flag arm still up from that single leg. Griffin now going to move to a crossface. That, as soon as Faith loses that flag, it's going to be 3 points, but Griffin not able to shake her free, so it'll be an 8-point match going into the third period. Griffin's choice from Phillipsburg. Phillipsburg going to go top position.
Faith Dyke starting this one on bottom here. 2 minutes to go in this match. Down 2-10 as off the whistle. Faith Dyke goes for a knee slide. Can't quite create enough separation.
Quad pod there. Now a butcher grip from Griffin. Going to catch Faith on a hip and put her to her back. All 4 near fall coming. Faith, though, turning away from Griffin, trying to stay live here. Going to give up the fall with 1:38 left in the match. Faith Dyke also falls to the consolation side. And just one more hope for the ladies getting a qualifier this round, Andrew.
Again, kind of a rough start there, an 0-for-4 start. Jacqueline Pardee, however, left at 145. I don't believe it will be long until we see her. We're waiting for the 132-pound or 132 bout number, and I believe we are on 125, 26, and 29. So about 3 bouts away on 3 mats. Should be coming up here momentarily. Again, kind of a rough start here in that quarterfinals. Some tough draws, still some hard-fought matches. Not quite the way we wanted that to turn out, but Pardee with, again, a favorable matchup there, being the number 3 overall seed.
Yeah, you know, the 5 girls that did qualify for this round had pretty favorable seeds coming into the tournament, you know, kind of the higher seeds in their brackets, and now kind of getting to the point in the tournament where the rubber meets the road, where the real competition of those top 9 ranked teams, where we're going to start hitting some of those matchups. So that being said, one more ladies quarterfinal match to go in Jacqueline Pardee taking on Laura Smith of Oakley. Keep in mind that is to qualify, so if Jacqueline is able to get the win, she will be our first Lady Buffs qualifier for the 2026 State Championship Tournament. We will go ahead and take a short break, kick it back to Deb at the station. You are listening to the quarterfinal round at the 321A Western Super Regional for the Lady Buffs Wrestling Squad here on KR92. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a match from Jacqueline Pardee. Welcome back to our final match here in the quarterfinals for your Lady Buffaloes. Jacqueline Pardee taking the mat against Laura Smith of Oakley. Smith coming into this match with a 25-10 record. She's a sophomore. And this is the last chance for your Buffaloes to punch a qualifier this round. Smith going to try a double leg here, gets stuck underneath. Jacqueline looks to spin and score, but gives a little bit of space there to Smith, and Smith able to get to her feet. No points yet.
Looks like Pardee trying to work that right hand collar tie. Now comes down to a baseball grip on that hand, or that left wrist of Smith.
Lots of head-to-head hand fighting here. Jacqueline able to stuff another takedown there as Smith tries a double leg. Looking to turn the corner now is Jacqueline Pardee. She used an inside cradle grip to get that takedown. Smith right to her feet. Jacqueline looking for a trip step there. Going to run Smith out of bounds. Heads up wrestling there from the senior. Some of the Oakley fans already asking for stalling there.
Yeah, we're with still a minute 12 left in the first, a little early there for a stall call as Pardee looks to punch a half in on that right side. Smith doing a good job of defending there. Pardee still with that deep half in on the right side. Smith with a quad pod.
Kind of a spiral right here for Jacqueline. Going in and out of that Merkle position, kind of using the hook to try to get Smith off balance here. And she will, punches the half. Looking to settle in, Jacqueline Pardee. Trying to punch her ticket to state. Teed out is Jacqueline, 40 seconds to work. Beautiful half Nelson there from Jacqueline.
Plenty of time left, 30 seconds left in this first for Pardee to settle in. Pardee still trying to punch that half clear through. She
bites on it.
Deep in on it. Smith doing a good job of keeping that shoulder up, but can't do it for that much longer. See, 15 seconds left. We'll see.
Oh, that's a pin. Come on.
Nothing yet from the official. Adam even traipsing over to catch a glimpse. 4 seconds. Not going to call it.
Oh, goodness.
Wow. Very deep half.
Regardless, Jacqueline Pardee up 7-0 going into the second. I don't know what more you could ask for out of a pinning combination before you call it a fall, but Jacqueline, beautiful finish on that half, had the head scooped, was posting the far arm, readjusted a couple times.
And now we'll see her. Oakley got the choice. She's going to take bottom here. And again, Pardee going right back to that half. Maybe try and punch in a little bit of a power half again. She's going to take her over again. She's not going to waste any time here. Pardee trying to run that half once more, but now Smith on her feet. Pardee working to return, and she's going to get dinged with a stall warning as they go out of bounds.
That's probably the right call. The second time Jacqueline hasn't been able to return her, takes her out of bounds. So no fault there on the referees. They get reset with 1:41 left in the second period. This time Jacqueline sets up on the right side. Switch attempt there from Smith, unable to get it. Jacqueline back to her spiral ride. Smith going to stand. Jacqueline looking to return or just hang on. Falls to a leg there as they go out of bounds. Way to keep wrestling there for Jacqueline.
No points awarded on that. She did go out of bounds, but again, she was trying to actively wrestle her out of bounds. Pardee still on top. 1:26 left as Smith looking for a reversal, and she'll get it off of a quick switch there. 1:20 left here in the second. Pardee still up 7-2.
2-on-1 here for Smith as she looks for a Norton ride with that chicken wing on the left arm of Jacqueline. Jacqueline tries to come up to her feet, whipped back down by Smith. Edge of the mat here. Smith going to try to take that chicken wing around the head of Pardee. Pardee trying to build height here. Smith going to jump sides and try to catch a half. Jacqueline caught looking into it. Could be trouble for the senior. Oh, very close to a full Nelson there from Smith as Jacqueline fighting off both wrists now. Still flattened out as Pardee as Smith jumps to the right side and tries to push a half through from that way. Oakley coaches asking for a stall call as Jacqueline unable to get off her stomach here late in the second period. Deep half Again from the left side from Smith. Far edge of the mat, 18 seconds left in the period.
Foot still in bounds, working that out of bounds ring. Oakley still calling for a stall as Pardee just trying to defend on bottom. 3 seconds. Oh, and Pardee will give up a stall call. Pardee now leading 7-3. As now Pardee, I believe Oakley will get choice. And Oakley's going to go top, no surprise there. As Pardee going to start the third period on bottom here. She's still up 7-3. Just basically needs to get out. I think if you get out at this point, the match is done because Pardee's been dominating on both top and on her feet. Just kind of struggling on bottom here.
Yeah, if you're Jacqueline, you got to really focus on the whistle here, getting a good first move and not getting caught on your stomach. Jacqueline going to go right to a quad pod here. Smith riding from the left side, forward pressure, trying to get Pardee flattened out. Smith going to take a Norton ride chicken wing on the left side once again. Jacqueline flattened out, giving up the far wrist now. Jacqueline trying to stay long here. 20 seconds gone from the third period. Jacqueline with a 4-point lead. They're going to stop that for potential danger on the chicken wing. And Jacqueline's going to get a fresh start here. 1:33 left in the match. Still with a 4-point lead.
Again, close match here. Pardee just needs to hit that starting move to get off of bottom. The Smith, very strong on top, very strong top wrestler here as Pardee kind of struggling to find any defense on bottom. Again, going to that quad pod right off the whistle, going to give up that left arm. And 1:20 left remaining in the third. Pardee still leading by 4 as that arm still underneath her. Smith going to work, trying to find something. Can't quite find it.
Pardee back to her base for a moment, but the forward pressure, relentless from Smith, flattens her back out. Smith, I think with a half here from the left side, trying to get the far wrist. Jacqueline, again, trying to stay long here from her stomach. Oh, chicken wing again. And again, potential danger as Smith tries to take it around the head.
And
56 seconds left in the match. Jacqueline with a 4-point lead will be
blood time. Looks like blood time called for Jacqueline Pardee. She's walking over to the blood table. And again, I want to reiterate, there's 56 seconds left in this match. You're up for semifinals, state berth on the line. Get up.
Yeah.
It's when coach is yelling at you, stand up, stand up.
Well, you get to your feet here, and all of a sudden it's 8-3, and you're up 5. It's going to take something feet to back to get you beat. Especially with less than a minute. So, if you can, off this reset, get to your feet, kill a little time doing that, and then be smart with your wrestling once you're on your feet, you can give up a takedown. You just don't want to get yourself put in a bad position. You don't want to stay on bottom and give up a turn. It is a 4-point match right now, so 4 near fall would tie it up and send this to overtime. Not sure who the better conditioned wrestler here is in this matchup, but you hate for it to come down to that.
Mm-hmm. And especially with how Pardee kind of dominated at the beginning of the match on her feet and on top. Just unfortunate that the fall wasn't called there at the end of the first. Kind of showing here. But all Pardee really needs to do now is she gets on her feet, she gets an escape. She's pretty dominant compared to Smith of Oakley. We'll see what she can do here. She just needs to get up and stay out of the bottom position.
Blood looks like it's all but cleaned up there. We should be back to action anytime.
I don't know what Oakley's going to do. I think they're all in their head saying, if you can't get her turned here within 20 seconds, cut her and try your luck on your feet.
That might benefit Jacqueline.
We'll see. She still can give up one more stall for a point. After that, it's 2. We'll just see what kind of defense she has planned here for the bottom. As right off the whistle, Smith trying to chop that left arm. Pardee, and it looks like another stoppage here. Unsure. Looks like they're going to restart blood time there for Pardee.
And this actually is going to benefit Jacqueline. because it's going to be short little chips off that clock. If that nose keeps leaking, if they can't get it to stop, she's not going to use all 5 minutes of blood time in this last period. But those little 10-second goes at a time are going to chip away that clock and take time away from Smith being able to make up that 4-point differential in this match.
And the clock here is Pardee's friend, leading 4. I don't remember seeing it. 45 seconds left here in the third. 45 seconds away from a potential state appearance here from Pardee. First Lady Buff to do it should she win here, as blood time will be stopped. And it looks like 47 seconds left here in the third. The clock definitely favoring Pardee here as she leads 4. 7-3 here in the third. Still on bottom, still needing to just stand up, get an escape, and this match is pretty much all but won for the senior out of Republic County.
This is our last quarterfinals match of the day. After this, I believe we're running right into the consolation round where we will see 3 Republic County wrestlers. That would be Maddie Lauber taking on Micaiah Luthen of Anthony Harper, China Shelley taking on Indigo Nichols of Norwich, and Helena Shelley taking on Peyton Wynn of Waukene Trigo. Back to action.
And right off the whistle, Pardee trying for that quad pod. Going to go to step over. She will, has Smith in a compromising position there. Going to get the reversal here. 9-3 as Pardee goes to work. 30 seconds left here. At this point, Cutter, there you go. 9-4 here. 20 seconds left. Pardee leads by 5. Shot attempt there by Smith. Another shot attempt and a sprawl from Pardee.
This is smart wrestling here from the senior. You know, she's been hit for stalling twice, but, you know, you can give those points up as long as you're not giving up actual wrestling technique. Smith going to try a double leg from way out there. 4 seconds left. And Jacqueline Pardee punches her ticket to Hayes America, your first Lady Buffalo state qualifier in the 2026 campaign. Congratulations to the senior, Jacqueline Pardee.
Smart heads-up wrestling there at the end. She was kind of circling, not really trying to back up, but at the same time still got dinked for that stall. Final score of that one, 9-5. Pardee wins it by 4. And again, your first Lady Buff to make it to the Hayes America Acacia State Tournament here with in 2 weeks from now. Keep thinking it's next week. It's not. We still need to we still need to cover the boys there.
Absolutely. Lady Buffs go 1-4 in that quarterfinals round, so difficult round for the Lady Buffs, but really any win in that quarterfinals round is a big deal. So with that, though, we will take a short break. I mentioned there at the end of Jacqueline's match that we will see 3 lady wrestlers from the Buffaloes in this opening consolation round. That's going to be Maddie Lauber and China and Helena Shelley. So that will be our next action, but a little bit of a break here in Waukene for me and Andrew. Don't go anywhere. This is the 3-2-1A Western Regional Ladies Wrestling Tournament here on KR92.
And if you're tuning into the stream currently, again, we would like to thank Acacia for allowing us to be able to live stream this girls regionals event. Message from them here: ethics, integrity, and respect are values important in our daily lives. All of these important values are learned by participation in interscholastic activity programs. During competition, they are translated into one word: sportsmanship. Sportsmanship is one of the strongest educational lessons and lifetime values taught by interscholastic activities. A public service message from your Kansas State High School Activities Association and KR92. Again, thank you for tuning in to the stream. Thank you to all our sponsors, and thank you to Acacia for making this live stream possible.
Welcome back to Ladies Regional 321A Wrestling here in Waukene, Trego County. Coming up for you is going to be the consolation, well, the first round of consolations. We've got 3 different sizes of brackets out here this weekend, so you can't really number the consolation round. We'll just call it the first consolation round. But with that, we will see 3 Lady Buffaloes take the mat. That will be Maddie Lauber, China Shelley, and Helena Shelley. Keep in mind, this round is do or die for the ladies. Win or go home, so to say. Being on the consolation side, I believe it's going to take at least 2 wins on the backside. I think from this round it'll take 3.
And then those who lost in quarters, I believe it takes 2.
So in Maddie Lauber, China Shelley, and Helena Shelley, we'll have to find 3 wins on the backside of their brackets. First for your Lady Buffs going to be Maddie Lauber, bout number 150. And that's going to be against Micaiah Luthen of Anthony Harper. Get that bracket pulled up for you.
And just a little bit of a recap from last round. Finishing up this round, Jacqueline Pardee punched her ticket to the girls' state tournament after winning a quarterfinal match to put her way into the semis. In what seemed final score to be a close match, but she wrestled that one really well. Almost had the pin. Had the pin almost there for about 20 seconds. Couldn't quite get it called her way. Ended up winning that one 7-4. I do believe was the final.
I think it was 9-4. She got that reversal there at the end.
9-5. Yeah, because she gave up that stall. So 9-5, 4-point win there for Pardee. Punches her way into semis where she will face the number 2 seed in that to see if she can go a little further. Maybe get a top 2 seed here. Pull a little upset magic there and set herself up very well for the state tournament there, pairing up against the East Regional. As now we will see Lauber take the mat on mat 3 here. Again, facing off against
Micaiah Luthen of Anthony Harper Chaparral. Luthen, a freshman with a 6-14 record, so on paper, a favorable matchup for the sophomore Maddie Lauber of Republic County. The ladies check in, shake hands, and we are off here. Consolation round at 110 pounds. Lady Buffalo Maddie Lauber, right-hand collar tie, looks for a snap down there. Very heavy right-hand collar tie for Maddie. Looks a little bit more lively here in this second match of the day. Tries another snap down there, well defended by Luthen. Luthen going to peel off that collar tie there. Maddie staying in her face. Posts with her left, kind of circles away there. Luthen going to go to the head and then fake a shot. Both ladies trying to get their offense set up here. 1 minute first periods on the consolation side to help things go a little faster here. So you will notice kind of a quicker opening period here as Maddie Lauber drops in on a single leg. Now tries to collect the far leg on a double. Luther feeding her the sprawl, but they're going to run out of time. 0-0 going into the second.
And that shortened first period kind of not helping Lauber there. If she'd had a little more time, Brady, you'd like to think that she would have gotten that takedown. So working a little to her disadvantage there, but nonetheless, it looks like Luthen going to start this one on bottom. We're going to see what Lauber has for offense as Lauber kind of nursing that right shoulder still. She's going to go into a claw ride and mat return there.
Couple nice mat returns there for Maddie Lauber. Kind of pulling Luthen over the top of her, but you know, for a young lady with not a whole lot of mat experience, just getting that mat return is good stuff. She's going to hit a third one here and catch Luthen on her back. Maddie trying to settle in for some near fall, but Luthen quick to hip heist over and get safe. 30 seconds gone from the second period. It's still 0-0. Maddie did take top, so you'd like to see her score some points here. Luthen again to her feet. On the mat return, she's going to scramble, reach back, and look for a headlock. Maddie with a standing 2-on-1 going to step out to the side. Luthen still hanging on that headlock. And Maddie going to get caught in the rebite, thrown to her back. Looking to roll through. Maddie Lauber gets pinned by the freshman. And a tough go on the day for Maddie Lauber.
And with that, Maddie Lauber, her season unfortunately officially over, ending her season with what I believe, after a quick glance, Maddie Lauber gonna finish 18-14 on the season.
I think going to be 18-17 after today.
18-17 on the season, so a 500 record there for the freshman. Look to see some big things from her next year. Kind of, unfortunately, suffering that shoulder injury, kind of nursing that one along. Definitely showed in this first match, and definitely showed when that headlock got thrown on that same shoulder. Kind of showed the grimace on her face there when the headlock got thrown.
But she showed a lot of fire in that match.
She did. It was a lot more fire than that first match. Just unfortunate to get caught like that. But yes, Maddie Lauber officially out of this West Regional, as now we await both China and Helena Shelley to be coming up here for Consolation, what is known as Consolation Round 2 and Consolation Round 3.
But if you're looking at if you're looking at it where we sit right now, those are our next two matches as far as team schedules go. I believe in this round, technically the only one we'll see is China Shelley. That's going to be bout number 167. Pardon me. As we look further down the line, that's Helena Shelley, bout 220. They did announce that they're taking a break at bout number 180. So I think China is actually going to be, I think Helena going to have a bye in this consolation round and then wrap back around again for bout number 220. So maybe before a little bit longer of a break, we'll see both wrestlers, but I think we'll just see China Shelley taking on Indigo Nichols of Norwich High School. Currently in the gymnasium, we're sitting at about number 155, somewhere in there. So little bit of a break. We'll call it a 5-minute break, 10-minute break before we see China Shelley try to keep her season alive against the wrestler from Norwich High School. This is the Western Super Regional for the Lady Buffaloes Wrestling, trying to punch their ticket to state. 7 Lady Buffs still live. 1 has earned her way to the state championship. 6 wrestlers still live. I thought we had 8 here today, but 6 wrestlers still live. 1 has punched her way to the state championship. So don't go anywhere. Still lots more wrestling for you here today on KR92. We're going to kick it back to Deb at the station for a quick break. Welcome back to Waukene, Trego County High School for the Western Super Regional 3-2-1A Women's Wrestling. The Lady Buffaloes here in the first consolation round for your Lady Buffs. China Shelley taking on Indigo Nichols of Norwich High School. Nichols, a senior with a 7-16 record here.
Not sure what's going on. Is Shelley going to check? Yes. She
kind of checks in.
A little bit of confusion. Kind of checked in, kind of walked off, kind of checked back in, and now she's on the mat. And here we go for China Shelley again. 1 minute first period here.
Nichols of Norwich, a senior in this matchup. 135, maybe the most loaded bracket here today. Coach Collette noting this morning, 14 seeded wrestlers in the 32 wrestler bracket. Norwich looking for a right-hand collar tie snap down. China stays strong to it, now working from space. China to a Russian tie there on the right arm of Norwich. And China, one of these ladies that's always going to push pace no matter who she's wrestling. Norwich trying to get underneath her to a double leg. Good hip pressure here from China. China going to look for a cow catcher. Puts Norwich to the mat but doesn't secure her takedown. Going to look for a throw now. Norwich looking for a headlock. Can't get to it. Short time here. Still 0-0.
Shelley definitely pushing the pace in this match. Keeping constant pressure there on Indigo. Oh, quick. Almost takedown called there. Couldn't quite get it to fall her way. She kind of looked for a cow catcher there with no time left. Ran out of time. Couldn't quite get the three. Nonetheless, still going to be 0-0 as it is Nichols' choice. She defers. China going to take top here to begin the second.
Yeah, China really close to getting that takedown with that pancake at the end of the first. We'll see if she can get some points up on the board from top position. Norwich bellies out off the whistle. China working the power half to the right side. Norwich has that far ankle out to defend and is defending the power half well. China might have to find something different for the turn here, but gives Norwich a little space, and Norwich going to get to her feet. Nichols to her feet from Norwich. But China catches her in a scramble, gets the takedown, puts her to her back. Nichols trying to fight to get safe here. China just keeping the pressure on, regrips here. Nichols from Norwich, my goodness, too many ends.
I know.
Able to get safe there, but China able to pick up two near fall. 5-1 now your score here, as China gonna drop in a half Nelson on the right side. Catches Nichols looking into it. Had a couple swipes there. I don't know if the ref is gonna give her any near fall, but China gonna take a rebite on it. Kind of falls into a cow catcher here. And definitely oh my gosh. Nichols very flexible with that upper body. Okay, some near fall is going to get scored, and China going to come up with 3 near fall points there off that pinning combination. 8-1 now as she regrips on this power half. Kind of selling out on it as Nichols is on her base here. Nichols kind of just sit out turning to defend, but China finally catches an angle here. Norwich with that far ankle bracing out. I did it again, didn't I?
Nichols is very flexible with the top part of her body there. Shelley struggling, and it looks like Shelley going to be called for a full Nelson here, as China Shelley gave up a full Nelson, going to make the score 8-2. Nonetheless, still up 6, 15 seconds left here remaining in the second. But again, there's a sizable height difference here between China and Nichols. Nichols almost doubles her in height. Again, kind of reminds you of the league tournament where Collette faced the Southeast kid, and it looked polar opposites in wrestling. So China definitely going to have to adjust, try to find an offense that works for her to get some more points stacked up here.
But you know what I like to see, Andrew? After that full Nelson, China didn't let that discourage her to finish out that period. She goes right back to the halves and gets the right out in that period. She's going to go into the third period up 8-2, and the Norwich coaches down there are going to put Nichols in the neutral position for the third period. She's going to come out and look for a headlock. China passes it by, standing body lock, and gets the takedown. Good stuff there from China. There's been a lot of girls try to throw her in the headlock this year, and China defends pretty much all of them.
And with China's build, I mean, I don't know why you would ever try to go out there and throw a headlock against China. Just her wrestling, aggressive wrestling style, her build, you're not going to throw her in a headlock. Good luck.
Nichols with a couple sit out and turns there. We got a deep crossface from China to help China follow the action. China now out on the right side with that power half once again, just kind of yanking Nichols around there. Not the most technical wrestling from China here, but, you know, a young lady on this squad, one of the more greener wrestlers maybe, just using her aggressiveness and her strength here to stay on top of Nichols. Nichols to her feet now. China, nice little trip step out of bounds, and Nichols is all but defeated here.
Again, that aggressive nature of Shelley working to her advantage here. Nichols trying to get something going, can't quite get it because everywhere she turns, China Shelley's right there bull rushing her, trying to put her to her back.
54 seconds left off this fresh start, 11-2 the score. China sets up on the left side, chops the arm off the whistle. Nichols trying to get her hips away from China, but China follows well. Chicken wing now from China on the left side. She's going to abandon it and go to a half on the far side. That right side, she's got the wrist with the half this time. Almost catches Nichols in a suck back as Nichols sits, but she's going to float her hips over the top. Beautiful stuff there from China to try to settle into this pinning combination, almost like a stacked half now. No near fall coming yet, but just right on the verge there. Nichols able to get safe.
Yep, and there's 3 near fall, 4, 14-2 your score as we are within the final 10 seconds of this match. This match is all but over for Nichols.
Nichols going to get to her feet. Actually scored a reversal there. I don't know if I agree with that call, but it's not going to matter. Final score here going to be 14-4, and China Shelley 2 wins away from punching her ticket to the state tournament. Kind of something we missed earlier looking at the brackets. We thought all those ladies on the backside would have had 2 wins to make it, but China is just going to tee up with them now, and she needs 2 more wins in this loaded 135-pound bracket. That will kind of bring us up to our break, so we'd like to go ahead and run through where all these brackets stand as of now. Ava Tuman going to be taking on the winner of Hunter and Rohan. Ava just 1 win away from qualifying. Tough first match against Addison Morgan, the number 2 seeded wrestler in her bracket to start the morning. But nice little cross bracket here from Ava. If she can just go put 1 match together, she's going to qualify for state. Moving up in the brackets to 125 pounds, this will be Kelby Stone, and she is just 1 win away from punching her ticket. She will either have Newman of Ellis or Keefe of Phillipsburg. And after the break, we will know who she's going to match up with there. Moving on up to 130 pounds, that's Cadence Shelley. She's going to be 1 win away from qualifying, and she's either going to go up against Tegan Tipp, a freshman with a 3-22 record, probably going to end up matching up against Geraldine Stein of Hayes TMP, 17-18 record. So Cadence is going to have to beat a girl with a losing record to make it to state. You couldn't ask for a better matchup to qualify, so good spot in the bracket there for Cadence. Up to 135 pounds for your Buffaloes. This will be Faith Dyke, if I can find. Oh, no, this will be China Shelley. We just saw her. She needs to string together a couple wins here. Let's see if we know who she's going to have. That's going to be Talmadge of Lakin High School. And Talmadge's record, 17-11 sophomore. So it's a pretty similar record to what China has. If she can go out and wrestle aggressive like she just did, you know, she's going to be 1 win away.
And then the last couple of brackets here, 140 40 is where we will see Faith Dyke taking on, I do believe, Faith Dyke.
Oh, shoot.
Faith Dyke. Lost the bracket there for a second.
I don't know if we can get back to it very quickly.
But
she will be 1 win away.
Yep, Faith Dyke again, only 1 win away from qualifying here. And then we will see
Jacqueline Party at 45 in a semifinal match. I don't know if we're going to see that match tonight or if it'll take place tomorrow morning, but nonetheless, senior Jacqueline Party has punched her ticket to the state tournament. And then finally, got Helena Shelley, who will be, 2 wins away. And she's going to be taking on Wynn of Waukene Trego County. So hometown girl there for Helena Shelley, but Helena, in my eyes, probably the most improved girl on the squad. She's really turned it up here late in the season as well. So, if she could put some offense together, who knows? Helena might be making that trip to Hayes as well. Quick check of the team scores before we cut you loose here. Russell's still hanging on to that first place spot with 91 points, kind of starting to build a lead. As we were sitting here, Andrew, we did notice in that quarterfinal round, just Russell girl after Russell girl getting wins. So that's really what has built this lead for them. As we look down the list, we've got Oakley in second with 63 points, Norton in third with 60 points, Plainville in fourth with 51 points, and Phillipsburg in fifth with 42 points. A little bit further down the ladder, league opponent Minneapolis is sitting in eighth with 36 points, and Republic County up a couple spots, tied for 13th with Southeast of Saline, both of those squads with 25 points. Right behind those two league schools, we have Ellsworth in 16th with 23 points. So kind of a nice little league cluster from the NCAA league right here in the middle of the team standings. None of these lady squads from our league are ranked, I don't believe. So if any of them punch the top 10, that reflects well on our wrestling level there in North Central Kansas. So.
And one other thing to note, Republic County and Southeast 5 points away from being in that top 10. 15 points out. I mean, it's 25 to 30 I believe Leote is in 10th there with 30. So again, your Buffalo's clawing and knocking right on the door for that top 10 team spot. It's going to come down to getting some placement points here. And some girls, again, several girls, 1 win away from punching their ticket into Hayes America here in 2 weeks. Going to be an interesting couple of rounds here after this break. And we'll see how many, we'll officially know by the end of today how many girls are moving on. So again, stay with us. Make sure you're checking in to see if we're back on. I'm not sure how long this break will last, but a lot of wrestling left still to happen today and a lot of girls still waiting to punch their ticket.
Looking at the team schedule, this is saying Ava Tooman will be our next match. That's going to be bout number 193. That's going to be shortly after the break here. That's going to be followed by Cadence Shelley shortly after, and then China Shelley as well, and then finally Helena Shelley going to round out that second round of consolation matches there for the Buffaloes. Right now, the schedule does say Jacqueline Party, bout number 264 in the semifinals, scheduled right now. Now,
today.
That could change. They could that could just be one match that is going to happen that's coming up on our team schedule. So we do know that match is slated between her and Sophie Homolka of Ellsworth, a match we saw at league, a close match. Jacqueline fell in that one, but definitely was competing at the same level. So at least 4 more matches today, could be more. So stick with us here on KR92. This is the Western Super Regional for the Lady Buffaloes at Waukene Trego High School, Western Kansas. This has been Brady Lowell and Andrew Hubert on the call. Don't touch that dial. More ladies wrestling to come this evening. I'd like to say thank you to everyone at home watching our stream today, Dragon Tree Media and KR92 out here at the Western 321A Super Regional in Joaquin Trigo. Once again, would like to thank Keisha for making this possible, to bring the video camera out here to get these matches back home to Republic County. And also thank Deb and Jesse at KR92 for helping provide the trip, and always thankful to be covering matches for KR92. Words from Keisha here. Winter in Kansas is filled with many changes, from icy winds to gentle snow. It's a time to enjoy the excitement of interscholastic activities. Thousands of Kansas high school students need your support and encouragement. The Kansas State High School Athletics Association and its member schools provide thrills and suspense for a lifetime of memories. See another part of education come to life through interscholastic activities. A public service message from your Kansas State High School Athletics Association and KREP-FM. Once again, Brady Lowell, Andrew Hubert on the call. Like to thank you for tuning in to Dragon Tree Media for this 321A Western Super Regional Joaquin Trigo.
And once again, if you're tuning into the live stream, we do want to thank Keisha for allowing this live stream to happen. We'd also like to thank all of our sponsors in Strenad Farms, Hinky Seed, KR92, Bobo's Meats, and Polanski Seed. And then a quick message here from Keisha. School activities teach students discipline, teamwork, and dedication while providing them with structured, supervised learning activities. Encourage your son and daughter to participate in school activities. Participation opens the door to a lifetime of enjoyment and excitement. The Kansas State High School Activities Association and KR92 encourages you to make activities and academics curriculum partners. Once again, if you're tuning into the live stream, we'd like to thank Keisha and our sponsors for allowing this live stream to happen. And we'll quickly see the last couple rounds of wrestling here. Good luck to all.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Waukene Treo High School for the Western Super Regional 321A Ladies Wrestling second consolation round of the day. Just one Lady Buffalo out of the tournament so far, that being Maddie Lauber. Ava Tooman, one match away from punching her ticket to state. She's going to be taking on the senior Nevaeh Rohan from Smith Center. Both ladies checked in, and Ava Tooman, we'll call it the blood round here in Waukene, is set to action. Ava head-to-head, reaching for a right-hand collar tie, pushing perimeter, nice. Already kind of setting the pace here as she backs Rohan off the mat. And right back into her face with that right-hand collar tie.
Tooman setting up a potential case there for a stall call already as she's getting ready to shoot Rohan out of bounds again, and she will get it. Stall warning early there on Rohan of Smith Center as Tooman definitely pushing the pace, definitely good mat awareness there when she realizes Rohan's backing up, shoots her off the mat twice. That's enough to get her a stall warning there.
Absolutely, that's what you want to see out of your senior wrestler here. Ava going to shoot that double leg. Rohan doesn't get the sprawl off. Big lift and plant for Ava, and she's up 3-0 lead. Ava looking for a half on the left side, going to change over to a crossface, looking far side cradle. She's going to get hip to hip here and look to take it back. Readjusts on it, and she's going to get it this time. Ava Tooman looking for the fall in the first period here, and she'll get it. That's your second Lady Buffalo qualifying for state first period. Let's see, 57-second fall over Nevaeh Rohan of Smith Center. And Ava going to make a trip back to that state tournament.
And Brady, that one's big. Not only is that bonus points, but that's also placement points with her guaranteed a top 8 place. Look for the Lady Buffs to start shaking up some team scores here if we continue this trend. Again, I believe that's the Hanky Seed bonus point winner there. Again, with some bonus points for the Buffs. I'm not sure what that'll do for team scores, but those placement points are now in play for her, and those can only kind of increase there as that shot the Buffs from a tie for 15th to 12th in team rankings. Again, you don't know what team rankings are going to do. These team rankings will start to take a lot better shape at the conclusion of this round as those placement bonus points start to kick in. And those teams start to distance themselves after these next few rounds here.
So two ladies have punched their tickets, that being Jacqueline Party and Ava Tooman. Let's see here. On the day, during the break, we did find out we will see another match from Jacqueline Party this evening, her semifinal match against Sophie Homolka of Ellsworth, so league foe there for Jacqueline. If she wins that one, she will be wrestling for first place tomorrow. As we said, Jacqueline already punched her ticket, now just looking for the color of the medal. Things starting to kind of liven up here in Waukene as we get to the blood round. Packed gymnasium here. I think 40-some teams made the trip this weekend, so this is, like we said earlier, this is the do-or-die round, and the fans really starting to show it here in Waukene.
Yes, indeed. I'm not sure if they can hear it, but boy, can we. It's getting loud. Again, like Brady, I'll reiterate, this is do-or-die. We've already thinned out a couple, and now the brackets are just continually getting smaller and smaller. Each girl fighting for the chance to wrestle here again tomorrow. And speaking of which, we are next up. I believe we will see Stone of Republic County. No, we will see Shelley next up. Where's Stone's? Stone must be next round. We will see, I believe it should be Caden Shelley at about 203. We're kind of at about 195, 199, and 194. So not too long here before we'll see Shelley in that consolation round. She also has to win this one. If she wins this one, she will be punching her ticket to the state tournament as well. So that'll bring the Lady Buffs up to 3 qualifiers. We're already at 2 with Pardee fighting again, like Brady said, for that opportunity to wrestle for first and second tomorrow. If not, she's guaranteed top 6. She will be out of the 7th and 8th place match there, but again, guaranteed top 6 is Jacqueline Pardee. As now we kind of wait. Not sure if you want to take a quick break back to the station.
We might be able to cover time here. We'll do our best. Andrew, you mentioned Kelby Stone, wondering where she's at this round. I think we have one more consolation round following this one. Kelby being in a 32 wrestler bracket and making those quarterfinals, that's given her a round off here on the backside. So she will take on the winner of Newman and Keefe. And Kelby will be one win away from qualifying there at 125 pounds. 130 pounds, we're going to see Caden Shelley coming up. As our next match that we will broadcast. And then looking forward in the brackets, 135, we're also going to see China Shelley taking on Talmadge of Lakin. And Talmadge, 17-11 record. She's a sophomore. So on paper, China with the better wrestler. She's looked really aggressive today. China, little work for her. She's got to win 2 matches to qualify still. But those matches are out there for her. On up to 140 pounds. That's going to be Faith Dyke. Let's see if I can find where Faith is on this bracket. Faith Dyke also going to have the round off, being in a 32 wrestler bracket, getting to the quarters. She's got a round off here and just waiting to see if she will wrestle Geist or Haggard at 140 pounds. Faith Dyke 1 win away from qualifying. Up to 145, of course, Jacqueline Pardee in the semifinals taking on Homolka of Ellsworth. I'm pretty sure Homolka is ranked in the 321A ladies rankings. Not sure exactly where she falls there. But then finally up to 155, Helena Shelley in one of these bigger brackets, but some soft records in there, some buys in there as well. So Helena going to have to win 2. But taking on Win here from Joaquini Trego this round, and winnable match there for Helena.
Which, Brady, I'm going to tag on Stone's next match. We mentioned she'll face the winner of Newman and Keefe. We're getting ready to see that match unfold here on mat 2 as it's the next match on deck. Newman, a 9-23 freshman from Ellis, and Keefe, a 2-17 freshman from Plainville. So both kind of favorable matchups there for Stone, as that I believe that's Stone's only match she needs to win?
Yes.
To punch her ticket?
Yep.
So again, Stone will have a favorable matchup against a freshman girl with a losing record there. So look for Stone to punch her ticket. Shelley kind of with a favorable matchup here coming up. And if both those girls punch their ticket, we're up to 4 already. And it's a pretty good day for the Lady Buffs.
At the beginning of the day, just the anticipation of this tournament, we've said it all day, 9 ranked women's squads out of the 10 that they rank out here at this super regional. So, you could kind of come into the day with your head hung low, especially with the way some of the ladies were seated. But then as these brackets have progressed, some really good draws, some favorable draws have turned up for the Lady Buffaloes on this backside. Like we talk about Kelby with a really favorable matchup, Cadence with a really favorable matchup. Ava just won a really favorable matchup to punch her ticket. So, give some credit to Coach Polanski and Coach Collette for really battling it out in that seeding meeting. We've heard some rumors about the seeding meeting with the way Keisha has changed comment and opponent ruling. Kind of made things crazy. Maybe some chat GPT was used to seed because the new Keisha ruling might be a little complicated. I'm not sure I quite understand it yet, but I'm not a coach, so I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, we're just here to call on it.
But that being said, you couldn't have asked for this Lady Buffalo squad to be in a better position to take a handful of ladies to state. You know, of course, you'd like them all to be in the semis in a perfect world, but, you know, other than that, in some really good spots to pick up some wins and send a whole group of ladies to state. Like Coach Collette said this morning, it'd be great if we had to take a whole bus between the two squads to Hayes, but two Sprinter vans will have to work. Looking around the gymnasium, I see bout number 201 on the board. We tried to fill that time, but we'll go ahead and kick it back to Deb at the station for a short break. Once again, would like to thank Deb, Bob, and Jesse back there for letting Andrew and I come spend a weekend watching wrestling. It's always appreciated. Also, shout out to Jessica and Cassie, Andrew and I's better halves, for letting us come all the way out here on Valentine's weekend. Those ladies know we love wrestling, and we don't love it more than them, but glad to be here. Looks like Cadence Shelley going to be on deck at mat 1, so maybe we will go ahead and stick with you here, not cut it back to the station. Let's see what else I can dig up for information here. We can run through some team scores. Looking at your top 10, Russell still in first place. They've led the way all day. 95 team points for Russell. Oakley kind of settling back there. They're at 66.5. And where we're into these placement rounds, you know, it might be hard for anyone to catch Russell at this point. They've looked phenomenal out there on the mat. Shout out to Coach Miller there. Concordia boy in the corner for those Lady Broncos, and they're having one outstanding day with 9 wrestlers putting up 95 points. Oakley in second, as I mentioned, 66.5. Norton right behind them, 64.5. Plainville in fourth with 55, so a little break back from that top 3 pack is Plainville in fourth. Phillipsburg in fifth with 55. Then you've got St. Francis right behind them with 49 points. In sixth place there, St. Francis. Minneapolis hanging on to 8th with 39 points. The homeschool Joaquini Trego Community, 35 points. And scrolling down here, league opponent Ellsworth has made some ground. They've got 31 points on the board. Republic County falling a little bit here as this round progresses to a tie with Hill City for 14th with 29 points. So if Cadence is able to go out and get a big win here with some bonus points, that's going to should be 3 points for bonus. Then you're looking at placement points added on for 8th as well. So that would bump them all the way up to maybe top 10.
Yeah, sitting right there at the 9 slot, overtaking Joaquini with a pin here and some placement points possibly. Not 100% sure what placement points are for that.
I think 8th would be 2 points. So if Cadence could go out and get a bonus point win, you're looking at potentially 5 points on top of 29. That'd put us tied with Ellis at 10th. So, you know, your Lady Buffs knocking on the door for 10th. We said earlier today, if the Buffaloes are able to crack that top 10, you couldn't ask for a better showing out of the ladies. You know, we kind of speculated if things don't go their way, you know, you're looking at maybe 15, 18. Top 20 finish definitely is where they wanted to be, but, you know, pushing top 10 is that much sweeter for these Lady Buffaloes.
And Brady, boy, am I glad we're filling time because China Shelley now has a mat assignment. She'll be in the hole on mat 2. So don't go anywhere. Kind of stick with us here as we're going to go bang, bang again. And we will see 2 matches coming up here as China Shelley, 21 and 15 freshman for Republic County, going to be taking on Talmadge, 17 and 11 sophomore out of Lakin, in the hole on mat 2. And again, on deck match here on mat 1 is Cadence Shelley, 33 and 10 junior, taking on Stein, 18 and 18 sophomore out of Hayes TMP.
Definitely winnable matches for the two ladies. Cadence will qualify if she wins this match. And, there we were kind of getting the cart ahead of the horse, thinking about how many points Cadence could score for the team in this one. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. She's still got to go out and wrestle this match and get herself qualified for the big dance there in Hayes, America. China with a little bit more work to do. She's got to win 2 in a row, and those matches are going to get harder as she goes. This one upcoming, pretty similar record to what she has. But, China, pretty green wrestler, goes out there and wrestles super aggressive. That's going to bode well for her, especially here on this consolation side of the bracket.
And we're kind of looking like, at this point, we might get a China Shelley match before we get a Cadence Shelley match here. As Mat 2, she's getting ready to go on deck after this potential fall here in a headlock position. The match on Mat 1 tied up 5-all, I believe, rolling into the third period. And again, if we kind of look ahead, consolation round 3, we're going to see Helena Shelley facing off against Win of Joaquini Trego. That's going to be 220, so a little bit longer on that match. 203, 207, pretty close together for bout numbers, again, for both Cadence and China Shelley. As Cadence looks to punch her ticket and China looks to get inch 1 win closer to punching her ticket.
Looks like some of the next round is hitting the board. So looking into the following consolation round, it'll be our third consolation. Is that right? Mm-hmm. We're in our second that we've called, second run through. So our third consolation round, Kelby Stone is going to be matched up with a league opponent in Adriana Newman. Not quite sure how that match went back home at the league tournament there, but definitely a familiar foe there for Kelby. Looking down the line a little bit later on, I believe this will still happen today. Ava Tooman matched up with Kit Donnelly of Ellsworth, so another league opponent. As a matter of fact, Kelby, Jacqueline, and Ava's next matches are going to be against Ellsworth Lady Bearcat opponents. So, and that's a team that's right above us in the standings. So, if you take 2 out of the 3, or even 3 out of the 3, that is such a big swing for the Lady Buffs in this team competition. Granted, we kind of opened the day saying team points might not matter all that much. Definitely not going to be in the hunt for hardware, but if you can finish as the best ladies squad in the league out here at this super regional, that's a huge notch in your belt.
Definitely, you are 100% correct. And I thought we were being smart by not trying to cut it back to the station, but this match over here on Mat 1 with Shelley right on deck unfortunately went into overtime. 5-5, 10 seconds winding down on the first overtime here. We're looking to see if they can finish it out here, and no, they can't. So 2 seconds left in first overtime period. We might actually end up getting a China Shelley match here on Mat 2, as she is now on deck for Mat 2. And
while we wait for this overtime match, we'll go ahead and kick it back to Deb at the station. Short 30-second break, but we're going to have back-to-back action from the Shelleys here in Joaquini Trego. This is Brady Lowell, Andrew Hubert on the call for the Lady Buffaloes at the Western Super Regional here on KR92. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back. And that match over there on mat 1 that we apologize for covering a little bit of has just concluded. So if you're tuning back in, welcome back to the girls regionals here in the western part of the state, as now we are going to see Cadence Shelley taking on who I believe is Stein of Hayes TMP going to. And Cadence looking to punch her ticket to the big dance along with 2 fellow wrestlers already, looking to be that third. And here we go from mat 1, minute first period here for Shelley.
And we are set to take action here. Right-hand collar or left-hand collar tie there from Stein right away. Cadence pummeling into her own collar tie. Stein staying right in her face. You know, you look for Cadence to establish a takedown early, secure that lead, and build from it here. A wrestler with a better record and a lot on the line here in this one. You don't want to just let that first period get away from you without getting some points on the board.
And Shelley was trying to look for that underhook and a trip. Kind of one of her signature moves that she tries to look for is now she kind of transitions to a Russian tie on that left hand, but lets that one go.
Good hand fighting here from Stein as we wind down the first period. Just 14 seconds left. Cadence trying to get back to that Russian tie, but Stein doing a good job of hand fighting head-to-head, staying in the face of Cadence Shelley. Stein going to try a snap down here. Can't get enough pressure, and that will do it for your first period.
And with the first period of that one concluding, now we're going to see China Shelley taking the mat on mat 2, facing off against Talmadge of Lakin. Similar records for those two. And I'll let Brady kind of do the work on mat 1, and I'll kind of cover mat 2.
Cadence Shelley from bottom, second period, is getting to scrambling. Stein throws the right boot in here. Cadence, no stranger to leg riding. She's going to peek her head out and look to scramble here. Cadence Shelley in the scramble gets the reversal and puts Stein to her back. Looking to settle in here. Cadence getting teed out. Going to cover the hips. Honeymooner position, looking to settle in now. Cadence Shelley.
And China Shelley going to unfortunately give up an early takedown. Tried to go for a chest wrap on a double leg. Couldn't quite get it to work. Going to be down 3-0 with 10 seconds left in the first. As Talmadge going to work, trying for an arm chop there on the left side. Couldn't quite get it. And that's going to conclude your first period over there on mat 2.
Meanwhile, Cadence Shelley 6-0 lead, both boots in. Leg riding specialist for the Lady Buffs, putting the pressure here on Stein of Hayes TMP. Stein going to sit out. Crab ride here for Cadence as she's going to look to bring Stein back to get some near fall with the crossface. Switch to her body scissors here. Stein doing a good job of turning away from her.
And on mat 2, China Shelley going to be hit with a caution as Talmadge going down to start the second period. And China Shelley looking to set up off the whistle. China Shelley going for an arm, cannot keep it as Talmadge going to get the escape. She now leads 4-0.
Meanwhile, Cadence Shelley gets reversed with her body scissors in. Gets caught in a bad spot here, and Stein looking for a 7-point move. Gets the reversal and catches Cadence on her back. Short time though. Cadence will survive, but will be trailing. Oh, it's tied up, 6-6. Not a 7-point move because it wasn't a takedown. 6-point move there. All tied up going into the third period.
And on mat 2, Shelley going to give up a takedown over there. She's now trailing 7-0, trying to do some work on the out-of-bounds line from bottom here. As Talmadge trying to run an arm bar. Shelley doing a good job to defend. Manages to stay out in front, trying not to give up that half to Talmadge. Working some good defense on a quad pod there on the out-of-bounds line. As it looks like they are going to go out of bounds. And now we're going to reset here. Nope, we're going to go blood time. Looks like China, a little bit of blood, so we're going to go ahead and stop that match. China down 7-0.
Back over on Mount 1, 6-6 going into the third period. We've got injury time for Stein of Hayes TMP. Not quite sure what caused it, but 43 seconds left on her injury time. Getting a nice drink of water there. And it's going to be a shootout here in this third period. I think it's Hayes' choice. They're going to go neutral here. And Caden Shelley needing a takedown to get back in this one with a lead. Kind of nerve-wracking here. We thought this would be a potential bonus point match here for Cadence, and all tied up 6-6 going into this third period. Cadence going to start with the right-hand collar tie. Stein's going to oblige with her own. Center of the mat, good head pressure here from Cadence. Cadence digging an underhook on the left side. Going to look for a pass by Stein, going to throw a headlock. Cadence going to cast her hips over the top. Gets the takedown, good headlock defense, and Cadence Shelley up 9-6 as she punches a half here. That's a near fall all day. Not counted. As Cadence working this half, far wrist, needs to get out to the side here and get chest to chest. But Cadence Shelley looking for some near fall with this deep half Nelson.
And on mat 2, China Shelley still on bottom here after resuming blood time. She's going to try to put in some work as she goes for the wing and roll, but is going to get flattened out to her belly. Shelley basing back up here as Talmadge goes for that far leg Turk lift. Can't quite get it.
Meanwhile, Cadence Shelley going to pick up 2 points with a stacked half Nelson. Referee going to call that one potential dangerous as Stein's back was kind of bowed and arrowed after getting out of that stack position. 11-6 now for Cadence Shelley, knocking on the door of a major decision. 46 seconds left in the match.
And on mat 2, looks like Talmadge trying to switch to a butcher grip. China doing a good job on bottom to defend that. Still down 7-0 as time is going to expire in the second. We're moving on to the third period here.
Cadence riding from top, 5-point lead, 30 seconds to go, looking for a half from the left side. Stein feeding her hips here. Cadence going to get the right boot in, and 20 seconds to go here. Cadence needs to ride tough, can't get caught in a bad position again. Stein's going to sit into her and look for the reversal. She'll get it, put Cadence to her back, and Cadence going to get beat out of a scramble by a point, 12-11, after having a 5-point lead, and that's going to end Cadence Shelley's season.
And China Shelley trying to fight off her back here on mat 2. Talmadge, deep half, China doing her best to defend. As it looks like Talmadge with plenty of time to settle in. China going to struggle here to defend.
Turning away from Talmadge is China Shelley. She'll be down 11 if she survives. And she will get to her stomach. Referee going to give the 4 near fall. Minute 15 left in the match. China trailing by 11 from bottom. China now to her base. Talmadge with a wrist ride here, going to take her over. Seatbelt wrist ride. And I believe the near fall's counted, so China, no near fall. Oh, yep, that's going to be a tech fall. All 4 near fall. And 2 of the Shelleys going to fall here in this blood round. Cadence by a point in a match we thought, she could have won that match. She had the lead multiple times, just kind of got sloppy with her hips from the top position, trying to run that leg ride. And man, a tough little back-to-back blow there for the Lady Buffalo squad. Now 3 ladies out of the tournament. 2 have qualified. And that's about where we sit.
And with that, Cadence Shelley's season for her junior year has officially concluded. She's going to end her season 33-11. Again, pretty impressive final record there for the junior. Again, looking for some big things there to cap off her senior year next year. And China Shelley, with that loss, that will officially end this year's freshman year. 21-16 is going to be her final freshman year record. With that aggressive attitude, again, I don't mean to sound repetitive, but there could be some big things coming for China Shelley with just being a freshman, losing unfortunately before she could qualify. Cadence and China Shelley both out. As I believe next up, we're going to be looking for Helena Shelley facing off against Wynn from Wakini Trego, and Stone against Newman. Both girls still looking to punch their ticket. Jacqueline Pardee, Ava Tuman, both have already punched their ticket into the state tournament. Stay with us, and we will cover as more girls from this Republic County squad try to work their way into Hayes America here in 2 weeks.
Absolutely, Andrew. Just trying to run numbers here. So three gals out, 2 have qualified. That leaves 3 still yet live in the tournament trying to punch their ticket, and I believe that's going to be Kelby Stone, Faith Dyke, and Helena Shelley. So we will see Helena here shortly, currently sitting at about bout number 210. Helena going to be 220. So we will cut it back to Deb at the station. Short break here in our second consolation round. Don't go anywhere. This is Brady Lowell and Andrew Hubert for KR92 321A Women's Super Regional. We'll be right back. And welcome back to the 3-2-1A Super Regional out here, out west at Womeen Treo High School. For your Buffaloes, Helena Shelley taking on Peyton Wynn, hometown girl from Womeen Treo, here at 155 pounds in the blood round. Kind of 3 blood rounds, depending on how you look at it today. Wynn in on a single leg, gonna run Shelley off the mat there and reset. 17 seconds off the first period. Some wise words there from Coach Polanski to his wrestler as they get reset, and we're back to action. Wynn gonna blast a double leg here, and she's gonna get that takedown and a 3-0 lead against Helena Shelley here. Helena gonna look to wing and roll here off the half Nelson on the left side. Wynn doing a good job of staying behind. Helena almost had the angle on that roll, but gonna go out of bounds. 22 seconds left in the period.
Impressive work on bottom there, trying to get that wing and roll to work for her. Almost had it, just kind of ran out of mat room. Kind of an awkward position there for both wrestlers. So we'll see what she can do off this reset here with 20 seconds left in the first.
Arm chop attempt from Wynn to start things off. Helena has her base, big cross face back and forth there from Wynn. One came from both sides. And Helena gonna try to catch the wing and roll again. Not a lot of time here. Don't want to get caught on a hip and give up some cheap near fall. And Helena gonna go to the second period trailing by 3.
And off the flip here, it looks like it's going to be Shelley's choice. Shelley's going to take top here to start the second period. Looks like Wynn's going to go down here. And we will see what Shelley can work here on offense, as we will see her in the offensive position here for the first time.
Shelley sets up on the right side. Wynn comes to her feet off the whistle. Nice mat return there by Helena. Cross wrist ride for Helena on the left arm of Wynn. Wynn has her base. Oh, nice little butcher Turk here from Helena. Gonna put Wynn to her back. Near fall coming. All 4 points stroked, and Helena look to settle in here. She needs to post that wrist.
Good bridge there by Wynn, as Shelley with plenty of time to settle this in, as she looks at what would be an upset on paper here with a fall, as she looks to kind of settle that half in on Wynn, trying to get her completely flat. Impressive bridge there by Wynn on bottom. Shelley, the ref wants to call it, almost raised her hand to call it. She will. Helena Shelley going to pick up the fall here over Wynn of Womeen Treo. Shelley just one match away now from qualifying for state. She's now going to face Ebner of Plainville, Plainville, to determine her run for the state tournament. And next up, Ebner, 18-12, senior. As we just saw, Helena does not care if your record's better than hers. She will find a way. Again, one match away for Helena Shelley to punch her ticket to Hayes America. As next coming match, we're going to see Stone. That match is what would be called the blood match, as with a win there, she punches her ticket as well. Stone 228, the closest bout we have is 225 in the hole. So probably going to take a short break here, cut it back to the station, and then we will cover both Stone, and we will also see, I believe, Faith Dyke going for that same scenario, one match away from a state qualification. State qualification. There you go.
Yep. 3 Lady Buffaloes still looking to punch their ticket in Kelby Stone, Faith Dyke, and Helena Shelley. This round we lost both Cadence Shelley and China Shelley. Some tough ones there for the Lady Buffs, but just one qualifier away from tying the all-time program record And, if you get 2 of those 3 ladies through, it's a historic year for the Lady Buffaloes. So that being said, we will kick it back to Bob and Deb at the station. Don't go anywhere. More matches to come here at the Western Super Regional on KR92. Welcome back to Waukene, Kansas for the Western Super Regional 321A Ladies Wrestling Tournament. For your Lady Buffaloes looking to punch her ticket, it's going to be Kelby Stone at 125 pounds taking on Adriana Newman of Ellsworth.
Stone looking to be that third. Is that the third wrestler to qualify? Yep, third wrestler to punch her ticket here to Hayes America in 2 weeks at that state tournament, as Stone trying to work that right collar tie on Newman.
And I believe the 2 ladies that have qualified, actually I know, are both have qualified in the past. So that if Kelby is able to win this match, this would be her first trip. Oh, big cow catcher for Kelby. Puts Newman to her back, looking to settle in. Kelby Stone gets the fall, bonus point win. Hinky Seed bonus point win there for Kelby Stone. And congratulations, young lady, making a trip to Hayes America as a freshman.
That is pretty impressive there by Stone. Again, I don't know how the league one ended up. I'm assuming Stone won that, but impressive win there by the freshman, giving some bonus points to the Lady Buffs here, which now, Brady, looking at team scores, bumped them into 9th
Hey, top 10, come on.
Buffaloes are in the top 10. 3 ladies qualified so far. And next up, we're going to see if Dyke can make it an historic year for the Lady Buffs and be the 4th qualifier. And again, still in. Faith Dyke looking to punch her ticket. Helena Shelley still in the fight there in a tough bracket. 1 win away from qualifying herself. And that is she a freshman, I believe?
No, Helena is a... Oh, where is she on this bracket? Helena Shelley is a junior.
So Helena Shelley looking to punch her ticket as well. Still, potential 5 wrestlers for the Lady Buffs to qualify. 3 have already qualified, and 2 more on the cusp there in Faith Dyke and Helena Shelley.
It looks to be that Faith Dyke is going to be our goodness gracious, our next match that we will see, taking on Zoe Haggard of Anthony Harper Chaparral. That's going to be bout number 220. Oh, where am I?
238.
238. Goodness gracious. It's been a day, folks. A few more matches here for you on the day. I'm not sure how far out they're wrestling this backside. As of now, on the schedule, we've got Faith Dyke, Jacqueline Pardee in her semifinals match, and then Ava Tuman in her 3rd round of consolations. So potentially we're looking at 3 matches, could be more. I don't know if Kelby's going to have another match today. I don't know if where's our other qualifier at? Ava and Kelby, yeah. So I don't know if Kelby will have another match today. I'm assuming not, but we'll just watch the schedule and see how it goes. With that quick win, I think we're going to take a quick break once again before we see Faith Dyke try to punch her ticket to the state tournament. Let's see if we can pull up Zoe Haggard's record here at 140 pounds. Where is she on this bracket? Some big brackets today. These 32-man brackets make you pull them up on 2 screens.
Looks like 13 and 15 sophomore. So winnable match there for Faith Dyke. Probably a favorable matchup on paper going in her favor. But again, as Helena Shelley just proved, records here don't matter. It's all about mental toughness and trying to figure that and finish that match. So we will see how that goes.
Stick with us. Faith Dyke up next for your Buffaloes, trying to make it 4 ladies going to the state tournament. You are listening to the Western Super Regional here on KR92. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the 321A Western Super Regional here in Waukene, Trego County High School on KR92. On the call for you today, Brady Lowell and Andrew Hubert. 3 ladies have punched their tickets to the state tournament in Ava Tooman, Kelby Stone, and Jacqueline Party. 2 Lady Buffs still looking to join them. And the one we are going to check in on here taking the mat is Faith Dyke. Faith taking on Zoe Haggard of Anthony Harper Chaparral, and what we think is a pretty favorable matchup here for Faith.
Yep, Brady, I will agree. Favorable matchup here for Faith Dyke indeed. And if she does qualify, history made for the Lady Buffs, as she would be the 4th qualifier, making that the most state qualifiers that Republic County has ever sent to the girls' state wrestling tournament, as we have already tied last year's record. And Faith Dyke looking to be that 4th.
Haggard starts off with a Russian tie right away on the right arm of Faith Dyke. Faith able to shake that tie, but Haggard staying in her face here, gonna give her a match. Back to the center now, Faith posting with her left. Haggard staying in her face. Faith looking for a Russian tie of her own, and nice fireman shot there from Faith Dyke as she circles around, collects the hips, gets the takedown. 3-0 lead, 28 seconds left in the period for Faith. Big stack coming, and she gets the pin.
And that is history made, folks. That is our 4th state qualifier for the Lady Buffs. And again, Faith Dyke with the fall. And I don't know where that puts us for team points based on some bonus. That bumped us up to 8th now, as we just surpassed league foe Minneapolis by 2 points, 41 team points right now. I believe that's as refreshed as I'm going to get. But nonetheless, Republic County with 4 state qualifiers here now, and our last one of the day to try to make it 5. Again, history already made, but 5 would be a lot nicer. Helena Shelley taking on Ebner of Phillipsburg, looking to be that 5th state qualifier here for the Lady Buffs.
Big things from Faith Dyke there, making history. Really, all 4 girls are a part of this history here for the Republic County Ladies Wrestling Squad. Congratulations to all 4 of them. Hopefully, Helena can make it 5. But big things there from Faith Dyke, making a statement in that one to punch her ticket. A Hinky Seed bonus point win there for Faith Dyke, and now 4 ladies, at least 4 ladies from Republic County, going to make the trip to Hayes.
And we will also see Helena Shelley on deck here on mat 1. Same mat as we just saw Faith Dyke get the fall. So here, probably stay with us here, as Helena Shelley will be next up on mat 1.
Quick turnaround there for Helena. She, one of the last matches we called, it hasn't been that long. We were worried, maybe they're going to run into some time constraints before we get to those semifinal matches to end off day 1 here at the Western Super Regional. But Helena got that singlet strapped up, headgear on, ready to go. We will go ahead and run through these team scores here and kind of give you the lay of the land. Russell hanging on to that first place spot, 95 points. We haven't seen a lot of action there in their movement because a lot of their girls are in the semifinals, quite frankly. On down to second place, Norton Community High School with 75 points, 20 points out of first place there for the Norton Blue Jays. Oakley in third with 70.5 points. Plainville in fourth with 60 points. Phillipsburg in fifth with 52 points. And then leading the league, leading the NCAA league, your Lady Buffaloes in eighth with 41 points. However, right behind them, the Minneapolis Lady Lions with 39 points. Looking down the ladder a little bit further, the home team, Waukene Trego Community, tied with Minneapolis for ninth with 39 points. Ellsworth, league foe there, in 12th with 36 points. Lions Ladies Wrestling Squad in 17th with 31 points. And southeast of Saline in 18th with 29 points. Haven't seen a lot of movement out of Southeast Saline since early today. You know, the Lady Buffs were tied with them earlier. So you wonder if maybe they've got one or two ladies that have punched their tickets to the semifinals, and that's kind of where they stand with their whole roster. Scrolling down a little bit, Bennington, you know, they co-op with Minneapolis, so technically part of that NCAA league. They're in 25th there with 11 points. So your Lady Buffaloes have cracked the top 10 there, and, you know, must be ahead of a ranked squad somewhere here. I think the Stockton ladies might be ranked. I think that might be your 9th school. So good stuff out of your Lady Buffaloes. You couldn't ask for a whole lot more out of these ladies. Yes, there's been some matches left on the table. You know, you look at Cadence Shelley dropping a heartbreaker there in that last round in a match we thought that would be winnable. Maddie Lauber taking a couple tough losses early on in the day and not getting any points for the Lady Buffs. But, you know, then at 135, one of the toughest brackets here, you had China Shelley getting some points for the Lady Buffs, kind of trying to snake her way through the backside of the bracket. Just a really difficult bracket there at 135 with the 14 seeded wrestlers. So great showing today for the Lady Buffs. I know the coaches were kind of worried about coming out to this Western Super Regional with all the accolades of all the teams out here. We've talked about it all day. But the Lady Buffs really have held their own through day one.
And Brady, just to kind of tag on a little bit, you know, a couple of different things go a couple different ways in some of those matches. Your Lady Buffs are looking at top 5 placement, and maybe a couple things go some different ways. Your Lady Buffs are looking at a hardware chase here. But again, 8th right now on day one. Impressive start for the Lady Buffs as Helena Shelley going to take the mat and look to be that 5th state qualifier for the Lady Buffs.
And we're set to action here. Helena Shelley taking on Ebner of Phillipsburg in this one. It's not really worth looking at the records, as Helena proved her last match. That doesn't matter a whole lot. Anyone's got a fighting shot. Doesn't matter what it says on the paper. You got to go out there and wrestle that match. Halfway through the first period, still 0-0. Ebner looking to circle into a single leg. She'll get to it, gets it lifted, and gets the early takedown here, 3-0. Helena has her base. Going to look for that wing and roll. Suck back attempt here from Ebner, but can't quite get the exposure she was looking for there. No near fall. Ebner going to look for a half now on the right side. Helena doing a good job of defending. Ebner now going to come around the left side with a chicken wing and get a couple strokes here with short time. I believe she got 3, and it's going to be 6-0 going into the second period.
A little bit of a tough start there for Helena Shelley. Ebner just kind of using her strength and length there on Helena to use it, get an advantage over her, as Helena's going to win the toss and going to choose top. See what Helena can work for an offense here.
You know, this is what we saw out of her in that last match, picking top and then getting right to work. Quad pod from Ebner on the whistle. Helena looking for the mat return. She gets it. Ebner going to cast her hips over the top for the reversal. And 8-0 now you're scoring this one. Helena, though, looking right for that arm trap roll. Going to get caught reaching back with a half. But looking for a reversal here. Kind of a 50-50 scramble. She either going to get out of it or get put to her back. Going to give up 2 on that scramble and near fall. So 10-0 now. Your score is Ebner comes around the right side with a half. She's got Helena turned. Helena going to look to kick over. Now a bridge from Helena. Ebner trying to settle in and tee out. Helena, though, going to roll into Ebner, but going to give up 4 points near fall as she gets safe. And now Ebner knocking on the door here of a tech fall. She's going to look for a half on the left side, has the right wrist. Now switches sides back to the right side half Nelson. Going to get the exposure. And Helena Shelley, this will end her season. But, you know, in my eyes, the most improved wrestler on that lady squad. A few years ago, she was one of those girls that was struggling to find a win anywhere on the mat, and she stuck with it. Been a part of that wrestling room, I believe, all 3 years of high school, and decent record this year. Not hard to find the wins this year, and won some big matches like we saw in that last period.
And definitely that bonus win helped the team out in some bonus points there, putting the Lady Buffs into 8th, as Helena Shelley unfortunately going to fall by pin here to Ebner. But don't go anywhere. We'll have one more semifinal match. That'll be the last match of this tournament for today for the Lady Buffs. And a little bit of a recap here. Taken 4. Pretty impressed by that. With this tough of a regional, taken half of half the team that we brought. A couple of those, like you said, a couple of them matches got left out on the table. If a couple things would have went differently, you could have been looking at taking 6. But nonetheless, taking 4, still pretty impressive. Still record-setting for the Lady Buffs. What are your thoughts?
I didn't know what to expect making the drive out here this morning. I knew we had a lot of ladies seated in the top 8, and if we went out and wrestled to our capabilities, there'd be a handful of girls that qualify. Obviously, they were able to do that today. Some of the ladies we thought would punch through, your vets like Caden Shelley, not quite able to get there. But, you got a freshman and Kelby Stone punching her ticket. We've seen great things out of her this year, and it seems like she's hitting her stride at the right time. And Ava Tuman, one of those vets on the team that has qualified for state before. Tough match to start things off, but really looked like she was getting to her offense in that qualifying match. You look at Faith Dyke. Other than her ranked matchup, she has been totally dominant and just went out there and showed her offense in her other 2 matches other than that ranked matchup. And, then you got Jacqueline Party, who's just been lights out today and taking on a league foe here in Sophie Homolka. I believe Homolka ranked top 3, top 4 in this 3-2-1A class. So great stuff from the Lady Buffaloes. It's been kind of a trying year for them. Coach Colette this morning kind of giving us the lowdown that women's wrestling a lot more emotional, a lot more momentum based than the guys maybe. And it seems like the ladies are building momentum at the right time, and hopefully they can keep the momentum up high during their off week and carry it right into the state tournament.
100%. And again, kind of reiterating on it from this morning, state tournament 25 miles from here. I think there's a different level of emotion when you're wrestling so close to where you want to be in 2 weeks, and just the level of physicality at this tournament and the talent that you see here as a wrestler and being as a female wrestler and being in that top 8, pat yourselves on the back. I mean, a lot of that there. This tournament, no easy feat whatsoever. I mean, regionals never is, but just putting 9 of those 10 top teams in the same regional just adds that certain level of added difficulty for your Lady Buffs. And again, we will see Jacqueline Pardee in our last match of the day facing off against Ellsworth again, as it probably is going to be a league, have a chance to get your lick back there.
Yep.
So look to see that be an interesting match there, as Pardee trying to be – did we have a regional? Have we ever had a regional finalist?
I don't think so.
So look for another piece of history to possibly be made here today as your Lady Buffs look to have their first regional finalist as well. But we'll take quite a bit of a break, I do believe, as we have not started the championship semifinals yet, and we're running into some time constraints here at this super regional out here in Wakini.
I think we're just starting some semifinals matches with the lighter ladies, so Don't go anywhere. Jacqueline Party, as Andrew said, the last match of the day for us on KR92. We'll see if she can get into that regional championship match. Don't go anywhere. One match left on the day. You are listening to the Western Super Regional here in Waukene Trego High School. Brady Lowell and Andrew Hubert on the call for KR92. One more match to go this evening. Now back to the station. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and good evening for the final time here for the day from Joaquin Trego High School. This is the Western 321A Women's Super Regional. Brady Lowell, Andrew Hubert on the call for you for KR92 as we approach 6:30. Last match of the day, going to be a semifinal match for Jacqueline Pardee, the senior from Republic County with a 40-5 record, taking on Sophie Homolka, a junior from Ellsworth with a 33-3 record. An exciting one coming here to finish things off for us tonight.
And Brady, sitting down and talking with Coach Collette. Two pieces of history made tonight. Firstly, 4 women's state qualifiers there. Old record was 3, beat that by 1 today. And secondly, never had a freshman qualify for state until Stone. So Stone, the first freshman to qualify for Acacia 321A state as a female wrestler. So congratulations to both those state qualifiers and her for setting some records. And you know what? Let's just try to make it 3 records tonight and get our first ever regional finalist with Jacqueline Pardee. Trying to get a little bit of a revenge match here against Homolka. If I remember correctly at league, tough, hard-fought match. Pardee kind of getting caught there at the last moments of that one. But again, trying to even up the score here, and what better place to do it than at the regional tournament.
Absolutely, Andrew. Going to be a difficult match for Jacqueline, but she's wrestled well today, and she wrestled well the last time she wrestled Homolka until she got caught. So it's a new day. You look for Jacqueline to go out there and wrestle her match and do what she needs to do to, grab another little piece of history. I want to go ahead and congratulate Kelby Stone. I hadn't, I probably knew that in my head, but I'm glad you brought that up, Andrew. Kelby Stone, the first ever female freshman from Republic County to qualify for the state tournament. So, Kelby, congrats. No one will ever be able to take that from you. Pretty big accomplishment there for that young lady, and can't wait to see what the future holds for her.
And while we're waiting here, not Stone. I had Stone stuck in my head. Pardee going to be next up here on mat 1. A little adjustment in the team scores. Russell taking off, still kind of holding on to a 20-point lead, but, the numbers are a little bigger. 121 points now for the Russell ladies. And second is Norton, following with 101.5. Plainville in third with 71. Oakley in fourth with 70.5. And St. Francis rounding out that top 5 with 65. Your Lady Buffs have fallen to 12th, still within that top 15. And, if another piece of history is made, those bonus points would be huge. And Pardee could put the Lady Buffs back into the top 10 here.
While we wait for Jacqueline to take them out, we'll go ahead and give you a little rundown of how the ladies did. 110, we had Maddie Lauber. Came into the tournament with some injuries. Had a pretty favorable bracket, or at least, on paper. One of the better draws for the ladies, but just tough tournament for her today. Goes 0-2 on the day. And then we move up to 120, where we've got Ava Tuman. Had a bye to open things up. Wrestles the number 2 seeded wrestler for her opening match on the day. Falls in that one, but strong match on the backside for Ava to qualify. And, still on that backside, don't know. She could fall anywhere from 8th to 3rd. And that will be determined mainly, effectively tomorrow. Up a weight from Ava, that'd be Kelby Stone. Kind of in the same spot as Ava, very similar way through the bracket, matched up against that number 2 wrestler to put her to the backside. But Kelby, I think, had an early match, whereas Ava's only wrestled 2. So Kelby, again, punches her ticket for the state championship, the first freshman Lady Buffalo to ever do so. Up at 130 pounds, that would have been Cadence Shelley. Cadence, we thought, had a favorable matchup to qualify, was leading the match for a majority of the match, and just gives up 2 unfortunate reversals in similar situations where she's going from her best offensive position to giving up a 6-point move. And a tough day for Cadence Shelley. Up at 135 pounds, China Shelley was able to score some team points. Definitely showed some development throughout the year and came out and wrestled a really aggressive day. Just a stacked bracket there at 135. 14 seeded ladies at that bracket, and just not enough holes on that backside for China to find her way through. 32 wrestler bracket. It was a tall order from the get-go, but good stuff from that young lady. On up to 140 pounds, that's Faith Dyke. She qualifies today. She opened with a quick pin to bring up a ranked matchup. Falls in that ranked matchup to the Phillipsburg gal, but then comes out on the backside, gets a big pin, some bonus points for the Lady Buffs, and punches her ticket to the tournament. Up at 145, of course, Jacqueline Pardee, who was the first Lady Buffalo to qualify today, and of course we await her semifinal match here. And I think she's going to take the mat right now. And then Helena Shelley finally to cap things off at 155. Don't let her record fool you. Unable to qualify today, but won a big match and got some bonus points for the Lady Buffaloes. Just kind of one of those things where, you looked around at the records in that bracket and there wasn't a lot to write home about, but, Helena ran up against a tough opponent and couldn't find a win. And so the 4 Lady Buffaloes that are left, that's Ava Tooman, Kelby Stone, Faith Dyke, and, of course, Jacqueline Pardee, who laces up the red leg band and is ready to take action against Homolka from Ellsworth.
And here we go as Pardee looking to control that right-hand collar tie. Homolka trying to grab cross arm there.
Pardee going to dig out the underhook on the left side, then push away, back to space. Right back to the right-hand collar tie. Cross grip again there from Homolka. Not something you see a whole lot in that collar tie. Jacqueline going to try a slide by there. Homolka stays square to it. Jacqueline pushes away and then right back to her tie. 30 seconds gone, opening period. Still 0-0 from neutral.
Both wrestlers looking pretty comfortable here in that hand-fighting scenario. As Pardee again attempts that slide by, had it. Couldn't quite get her hips in that position fast enough to finish it.
Yeah, if Jacqueline was a more seasoned wrestler, this only being her second campaign, you'd like to see her hit that slide by, elevate that underhook, and drop to a single. But just not quite the mat experience yet there for the young lady.
And again, Pardee looking for that outside right-hand collar tie. Seems to be her go-to here against Homolka. And Homolka still trying to go for that cross wrist grab. Not 100% sure what she's trying to set up there.
Double inside tie there for Homolka. Jacqueline pummeling through. Lots of hand fighting here in this semifinal match at 145 pounds.
And again, another pass-by attempt there by Pardee. That one thwarted a little earlier by Homolka as Homolka kind of goes for a baseball grip on that left arm of Pardee. Pardee kind of out in front in a front headlock position as Homolka kind of has a cross grab and a flag arm up. Pardee trying.
Homolka looking for that short dump, kind of a fireman's position. Jacqueline trying to stay long out in front, using her length to her advantage. Big long sprawl out there, short time. And the ladies will go 0-0 into the second period.
Pretty good defense there by Pardee. Pardee, it looked like she was for sure going to get short dumped, but managed to, good defense there. Stay long, keep your chest up and high, and managed to not give up the takedown. Looks like Pardee going to be choosing top here to start the second period.
Homolka set on bottom. Pardee loads up on the right side. Homolka tries to tripod on the whistle. Spiral ride deep here for Pardee. Homolka able to get to her feet, though. Jacqueline looks to lift, and mat return now tries to drag her down. Homolka switches, but Pardee covers. Good stuff there from Jacqueline as she punches a half near edge of the mat. Homolka looking to get to her base here. Jacqueline hanging on that spiral. Now kind of falls out of position. As Homolka looking to dig for a single leg from the bottom position here.
Brady, we saw something kind of similar here. Pardee being really aggressive on top, dominating pretty much. But, and then as I say that, she manages to give up the reversal by getting out of position. But you kind of saw that last match with her dominating on top, but kind of struggling there on bottom. So we'll see what she can do here against Homolka on bottom.
Big crossface there from Homolka on the right side. Jacqueline trailing by 2 halfway through the second period. Jacqueline now up to her base here. Homolka crossface from the left side. Jacqueline hand fighting well, looking for an arm trap. She's got a bite on it, but Homolka able to stay in good position there and flattens Pardee back out. 45 seconds left to go, second period. Homolka looking for a half on the left side. Jacqueline going to use it to sit out and get back to her base. Almost a full Nelson there from Homolka. And they're going to call it.
Yes, yeah, it was a stoppage, and yes, they will call it. Full Nelson point there. It's going to be a one-point match now. Pardee now down 2-1 here with the stoppage in the second period. 29 seconds left. About 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the match.
You know, that's huge for Jacqueline if she's able to get to her feet here. That'll tie this one up going to the third period. Off the reset, Jacqueline going to put a foot on the mat, look to quad pod. Homolka going to look for that far side cradle. She's got it laced up, going to bring it back, but Jacqueline trying to fight it off. Gets caught in it, though. Going to give up some near fall. Homolka hip to hip here. Knee, trying to get the knee in the side. Crosses the top leg over to brace on Jacqueline's post leg. Jacqueline going to give up 4 there, near fall, 6-1 as they go to the third period.
Looks like I think it's going to be Homolka's choice here. Homolka going to go take bottom. Pardee, again, awfully aggressive that first go-around. If she can keep that up, Homolka kind of looks to be running on fumes. We'll see if Pardee can keep up this aggressive pace here.
Right to the half for Jacqueline. Homolka is going to try to wing it. Jacqueline in a position for a suck back there. Almost had it, but Homolka finishes the sit out to get safe. Homolka now trying to put a foot on the mat. Jacqueline staying after that half Nelson on the right side. Homolka going to sit out to defend. Jacqueline riding on the left side now. Half over the top. Almost had Homolka in a bad spot there, looking short side, but Homolka going to scramble through it, get a reversal, 8-1 now with 1:20 left in the match.
Pardee trying to build a base here against Homolka as Homolka goes to punch a half in on that right side.
Homolka has the chicken wing there on the left, so Jacqueline kind of tied up here as we approach the 1 minute mark left in this match. Going to be potential danger there from the chicken wing side. And they'll stop it with 1 minute and 2 seconds left in the third period. Jacqueline now trails by 7.
Ellsworth coach trying to argue on the stoppages. You know, that was probably going to be some near fall points coming Homolka's way as Pardee was in a bad way there. But fortunately, a potentially dangerous stoppage there, and we'll get a fresh restart here with 1 minute left in the third.
Homolka sets up on the left side, gets a little high off the get-go, but is able to wrap up the shoulders of Jacqueline Pardee and get her in a stack here. And Jacqueline Pardee going to fall by pin to Homolka of Ellsworth, our last match of the day. So all your Lady Buffs going to be on the backside tomorrow. Jacqueline Pardee just short of making history on her own there. But, you know, she gets it done with the squad. 4 ladies going to make it to the state tournament, all competing tomorrow for third at best. But, you know, just what a day at this super difficult tournament, right? We didn't know what to expect with all these ranked teams out here, but your Lady Buffaloes able to get it done. Qualify for the state tournament, and yeah, lots of wrestling still to come tomorrow on day 2.
Lots of wrestling. Again, we're going to see we're going to see all the medal rounds tomorrow. Those 4 ladies have already punched their ticket, have already qualified. We'll just see what color or where they're going to land in that state bracket for a couple of them, what color medal they're going to come home with. You know, no one's in the running for that gold or silver, unfortunately, but still a bronze medal would be huge. Third or fourth in this tournament sets you up pretty nicely for this kind of lopsided super regional at that state tournament. So, again, overall, good day. Half the wrestlers moving on to tomorrow, half the wrestlers moving on to Hayes here in 2 weeks.
Finally, we'd like to thank you all for sticking with us today. It's been a long day of wrestling. I'd like to thank Jesse, Bob, and Deb back at the station for letting us come out and cover the sport we love. Get a whole nother day of it on this Valentine's weekend. But yeah, that's going to do it here for us tonight in Waukene. 10 a.m. start tomorrow. Myself, Brady Lowell, and Andrew Hubert going to be on the call once again for you on Valentine's Day. But that will do it for us here tonight in Waukene. Have a great evening. Now back to the station.